YouTube. Welcome to the afternoon session of the governing body. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and to begin, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Rivera, the salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilwoman Villarreal, and an invocation from Councilor Lindell, followed by any memorials that people want to bring to our attention. If everybody could please rise.
Thank you, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Mayor, could I make one remembrance before I turn this back over to you?
Absolutely, go ahead.
I was informed today, or last night rather, that one of our former city employees, Marty Lujan, has passed, and is a longtime city employee. I knew him from when I sat on the golf course oversight committee. He was always a pleasure for me to work with, and I remember playing a little bit of golf with his son, who was probably about 6 years old then. And I was pretty sure that by now his son would be governor. He is raised a great little boy, and we're all very, very saddened by his passing, and our thoughts and condolences to his family and his many, many dear friends within our city family. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I got that word too. It's good of you to remember. Others who wish to, I see Councilor Rivera's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, remembering Martin Lujan. He and I grew up on the same street, just a few blocks from City Hall. We've probably known each other since we were 5 years old. He's a great man, city employee, as Councilor Lindell said. He was in my wedding and I was in his wedding, and we traveled to Boston with him and his wife shortly after they got married, and our families have known each other and been close for a long time. When I think back on him, he's the wittiest man that I've ever met, the wittiest person I've ever met. And he will be truly missed, and he was like a brother to me. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to recognize the passing of Martin. He and I worked on some youth projects together, and just was a joy to work with, and also really cared about youth projects and how important youth were for our community, and supporting any kind of activities that would give our youth a chance to find other ways to thrive in our community. So just wanted to honor him for that.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta.
Mayor, I too want to recognize Martin Lujan. He was also a school board member. He served on our school board, and as the other counselor said, he cared a lot about the children in our community. I had the pleasure of coaching his son at Carlos Gilbert. Marty coached my brother at Cristo Rey years ago, and so it's just gone too soon and too young. He was a great man, and he loved his community, and he showed it by serving on our school board and serving as a city employee for all those years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other remembrances? If not, let's just take a minute of silence and bow our heads. Thank you, everybody. With that, could the clerk please call the roll?
Of course, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Here.
Councilor Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell,
Here,
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Here, sorry.
I know you're there.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Councilor Villarreal.
Present.
You do have a quorum present, Mayor.
Thank you. Can we get an approval of the agenda, please? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Councilor
Second.
Garcia and Councilor Lindell. Could you call the roll, please, clerk?
Yes, Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
yes,
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion is approved.
thank you. Items to be removed from the consent calendar. Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to remove item 10E and H.
10E and H. Are there other items to be removed from the consent calendar by other council members? If not, can we get an approval of the consent calendar as amended?
Move to approve as amended.
Thank you, Counselor. There's a motion from Counselor Vihel Coppler. Second,
second,
I heard Counselor Lindell first. So there's a motion and a second. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
yes,
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion is approved.
thank you. That brings us to item 8 on our agenda for tonight, which is the minutes from our June 24th council regular governing body meeting. Are there changes or amendments or adjustments to those minutes? If not, can we get a
move
motion?
to approve,
Councilor Lindell has moved to approve the minutes.
Second.
Councilor Vihel Coppler has seconded them. That motion, could we please get the calling of the roll?
Yes, Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
yes,
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Thank you. There are no presentations noted for tonight, and so that brings us then to the 10E item that Councilor Vihel Coppler asked to be taken off of the consent agenda, and I turn to you in a Zoom way. I turn to you to address item E, Councilor Vihel Coppler.
Thank you. I pulled this item to ask anyone on the finance committee to explain why the New Mexico Interfaith Housing Corporation for $200,000 and the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness for $180,000 were postponed. Just want to hear a rationale for that and what happens next with those monies.
Okay,
I know this is not a public hearing, but
No,
I
I-
want to know
yeah.
that moving forward.
It's an information item. I don't know who would have the answer to that. Is that something that Alex would have?
Mayor Weber, I can answer that question.
You're gonna have to speak a little louder, please, Miss Ladd.
Sorry, I've got a fan going because it's so darn hot right now.
For the record, this is Alexandra Ladd speaking.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Vihil Coppler. The two items were pulled off the finance agenda because we had not determined the amount of the budget that would be there to fund those two items. This was 2 weeks ago when we were still kind of in the desperate throes of not knowing how much of the budget gap we were going to be facing. In the meantime, we collected a large fee in lieu of check from a developer two developers who were paying their fees before the end of the fiscal year. So we were able to fund those contracts using that revenue, and they will be at I believe the July 20th, on the July 20th Finance Committee agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Does that speak to that question well enough, Counselor?
It does.
We're good. Are there any other questions? Okay, we have a motion to approve item 10E from
Mayor?
Counselor
Excuse me, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
This is
Yeah.
Yolanda. Can I please read the caption into the record?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Apologies for that. And also Councilwoman Villarreal has asked to be recognized as well. So I don't want to
Thank
rush it. So yes, if you'll read that into the record, City Clerk, then we'll go forward.
Thank you. Request for approval of contracts awarded through RFP 20-15 to use the Affordable Housing Trust funds and general funds to support housing contracts, and they are as follows. Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority, this is the Calle Resolana, 200,000. Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority, the Country Club, 140,000. Santa Fe Habitat, 80,000. Santa Fe Recovery Center, 50,000. Youth Works, 40,000. And Santa Fe Public Schools Adelante, 60,000.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Clerk. My bad. Councilwoman Villarreal, you asked to be recognized.
Did someone make a motion?
Well, there was. We can
Okay,
have
and I was going to second, and then for discussion, just for clarifying some
Sure.
points,
So we had a motion to approve, and you were
I'll second.
being asked to second it. Now you want to ask a clarifying question. You
Yeah,
have the
just-
floor.
Alexandra, can you clarify? Because Councilor Vihil Coppler, she said two different groups, but those weren't the groups that were pulled off. I thought it was the, can you restate that? Which ones were pulled off? In finance, I should
Alex,
say.
have you got that?
Yes. Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, the two contracts that were pulled off were the New Mexico Coalition and Homelessness contract, which was the contract that the Community Development Commission opted to fund through the general fund budget to provide rental assistance for people who either are homeless or in jeopardy of becoming homeless. And because that seems a lifetime ago in February, and we all of a sudden, given the mandated budget cuts, did not have the budget provided in the general fund to fund that contract. So that one was pulled for that reason. Likewise, the finance staff was not comfortable with the funds in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund being sufficient to cover the costs of the New Mexico Interfaith Siler Yards funding. But again, because we were able to collect some revenue from developer payments, we can change the funding source for the New Mexico Coalition and Homelessness contract. And our finance staff is satisfied, as to my knowledge, that the New Mexico Interfaith contract can be funded.
Okay, thanks for the clarity. For some reason, I thought there were two other entities, but you just clarified for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that are all good at this point? Other discussion? Clerk, could the clerk please call the roll then?
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion is approved.
thank you. And then item H, 10H is the other one that was pulled off the agenda. Could you read that into the record too, please? City
Yes,
Clerk?
sir. This is a request for approval to publish notice of public hearing on August 12th, 2020. It's Bill 2020-17, an ordinance amending Section 14-11.4, the Land Development Code to adopt civil penalty provisions, a civil fine schedule, and civil citation procedures for land use code enforcement actions, and to permit the land use director to order a one-year waiting period for application for short-term rental permits by a person who has violated the short-term rental ordinance, section 14-6.2, A5, Santa Fe City Code 1987. And I believe we have Eli, maybe? Eli and Sally available?
I think they are here for other items as well, but they may be here for this one as well. So
Mayor
Councilor
Weber, I may be able to answer questions on Sally's behalf. This is Erin McSherry. I can answer for the city attorney. I'm not sure.
Okay. Councilor Vihel Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm not wanting to really ask any questions. We covered this at length at the Public Works and Utilities meeting, but why I pulled this agenda item off.
I think you just got muted by accident.
Sorry. I don't really have any questions per se for staff, but we discussed this at length at the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting. I just want to note for the public's benefit, those who may be watching and not maybe catching that this request to publish is on the fines only, the civil fines that relate to the short-term rental ordinance itself, and not to the short-term rental amendments. Now, I realize that there is a cover memo dated June 29th that makes that notation on that memo, which is good. But the data, the documentation supporting this item still includes memos that are left over from the short-term rental amendments. And I think it can be confusing. I did indeed get some communication on this that showed that the public was somewhat thinking it was the amendments. And so I want to make sure about that, because if anybody is signed on tonight expecting to hear what we're going to do about those amendments that are germane to the ordinance itself, it's not going to happen. Rather, we are going to impose fines when we deliberate on this public hearing. So if I recall, the memo from Mr. Isaacson, I think, says that, we're going to go through other, back to the Planning Commission, and then of course, leading on into the public hearing. So when these are discussed in the future, that's when we can discuss the particulars about the changes to the ordinance itself. So I think it's important to note that for the public, because there is still some confusion and there's still some leftover memos attached to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Good clarification. This is not the substantive changes. We're simply separating out the change in how the penalties would be potentially imposed were this measure to be adopted. And all we're doing tonight is publishing, requesting approval to publish the public hearing.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Romero Worth and a second from Councilor Vihel Coppler. Is there discussion? Yes, we have a hand up from Councilwoman Villarreal.
I'm not using my virtual hand very well tonight, but I just wanted to, I don't know what staff is listening, but we need to correct that memo because it's confusing. It just needs to say what we're doing for this particular section of the code as it relates to violations and penalties. So
Thank you. And Counselor Cassett Sanchez, did you have your hand up as well? No, I misread that. Other discussion? If there is no other discussion, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
yes,
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
thank you. Item 11, discussion and action items. If the clerk could bring to our attention item 11A.
Yes, sir. This is a request to publish notice of public hearing on July 29th. It is Bill 2020-18, an ordinance relating to the nuisance abatement ordinance, Section 10-9, Santa Fe City Code 1987, amending Section 10-9.2 to align the intent with the purpose of the bill, amending Section 10-9.3 to amend and add definitions, amending Section 10-9.4 to make the property owner responsible, repealing and readopting a new Section 10-9.5 to establish a process for nuisance investigation and abatement process, repealing and readopting a new Section 10-9.6 to establish tenant rights, amending Section 10-9.7 to establish enforcement provisions to hold the property owner accountable, amending Section 10-9.8 regarding reservation of legal options, amending Section 10-9.9 regarding appeals, amending Section 10-9.10 to remove extraneous language, repealing Section 10-9.11 regarding supplementary remedies for public nuisances, and amending Section 10-9.13 regarding the right of entry.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve it.
second,
Second, is there discussion? Seeing no hands, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion? It was, the motion was made by Counselor Romero Worth and seconded by Counselor Lindell, for the record.
Correct. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
yes,
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
thank you. If you could introduce item 11B, please.
Yes, sir. This is request for approval to publish notice of public hearing on July 29, 2020. It is Bill 2020-19, an ordinance relating to the City of Santa Fe Economic Development Plan Ordinance, Section 11-11, Santa Fe City Code 1987, approving and adopting a local economic development project participation agreement between the City of Santa Fe and La Puerta Originals LLC for an economic development loan project for lease payments to provide assistance for the negative financial impacts of COVID-19. And we have Jesse Guillen presenting.
I see a hand from Counselor Lindell.
thank you, Mayor. Has this been to any committee or is it going to any committee?
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, I believe that it is going to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. And I am not sure if any other committees.
I think Mr. Trujillo's hand is up and Counselor Vihel Coppler's hand is up. Mr. Trujillo, you want to give us an answer to that question, then the counselor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is slated to go to the Finance Committee on July the 20th. It went to the Economic Development Advisory Committee today and it passed unanimously. One of the things I'd like to add that Councilor Vihel Coppler is a co-sponsor of this also. I'm not sure if it got onto the ordinance, but I would like to make sure that that is included on there as well as you, Mr. Mayor. And then the final approval would be slated for July the 29th.
Counselor Lindell?
Yeah, if we could have a cover memo on this, I think it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Veal-Copler, did Mr. Trujillo's answer cover what you were going to cover, or is there more to say?
Yes, I was going to say we discussed it today at Economic Development and Advisory Committee, and it did pass. And La Puerta received just great accolades from the committee about the work they've done over the last many years. And we're all very proud of this local business and look forward to having this go forward. And I did sign on to be a co-sponsor some time ago, but I don't know why it's not here, but that's all right.
It didn't make it, but it will now.
It's showing in my packet.
Okay, good. Other, I see a hand from the city attorney who's actually using her virtual hand. Yes.
Mayor Weber, I was just going to say, I think there may have, Fabian can confirm this, but there may have been some timing concerns on getting this funding out in terms of why not all the committees were being held before the request to publish. Is that right, Mr. Trujillo?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and Aaron. It is correct. This is COVID-19 funding, and we would like to get it out the door as soon as possible to help this business.
Thank you. So there's a timing issue. Other questions or comments from the governing body or staff? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Counselor Lindell has moved to approve this item.
Second.
I hear a second from Counselor Veal-Copler. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Veal-Copler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Quezet Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you bring us into item C then?
Yes. Item C
11.
is, yes, item 11C is request for approval of amendment to legal services agreement City and Gallagher and Kennedy to extend the term to June 30th, 2022. And we have Marcos Martinez presenting.
Thank you. Marcos is here. Are there questions from the governing body that you'd like him to speak to? I'm sure he is prepared, as is the city attorney. Counselor Lindell's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question on the compensation on this. Is this a negotiated compensation, or is this a professional standard? How is the compensation level determined?
Thank you, Councilor Lindell, members of the governing body, and Mr. Mayor. The compensation is it's a form of contingency fee, so the firm will be paid a portion of the amount that they recover. And through this amendment, the compensation scheme is not changing. I would also add that I think there are 44 municipalities and counties that are using, that are part of this lawsuit against taxation and revenue.
I wonder, Counselor, can I interrupt for 1 second? I apologize.
Sure.
I'm taking my cues from Counselor Veal-Copler that not everybody perhaps who's listening or watching knows exactly what this item refers to. So maybe Marcos, you could do a quick introduction of what Counselor Lindell is asking you about when it comes to the fees and your response about all the different jurisdictions that are involved in this this lawsuit.
Yes, of course, Mr. Mayor. So as I said, the firm is representing several municipalities and counties against the Taxation and Revenue Department. The lawsuit's been ongoing for about 18 months before Judge Nancy Franchini in State District Court in Bernalillo County. The case is currently paused pending settlement discussions. Essentially, through the lawsuit, the plaintiff municipalities and counties are seeking an accounting to determine the amounts which we believe the Taxation and Revenue Department unlawfully withheld. So they basically had created, and this is in public documents, it's in the complaint, unauthorized reductions from gross receipts tax distributions to the participating municipalities and counties. And so that's what it's about. The reductions occurred during the prior governor's administration, and that's when the lawsuit was initiated. And so we're trying to settle, well, outside counsel is trying to settle on behalf of the plaintiff municipalities and counties to get reimbursement for those unauthorized reductions.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilor Lindell. I just thought it would be useful for folks who aren't following it at home.
On the cost section of this, we're on a contingency, but we're also allowing costs up to $60,000. Are all the other municipalities, do they have a cost cap of $60,000?
Councilor Lindell, that is my understanding, yes.
How many did you say there were?
Well, I'm not sure. I know that I don't know that all the number I gave you was 44 to answer your question. I don't know that all of them are represented by this firm. I know that Albuquerque is, and the city of Santa Fe, obviously, and there are 4 particularly named plaintiff municipalities. I think it's Farmington, Moriarty, and the other 2 are escaping me right now.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, City Attorney.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, I can confirm that at least 20 of the municipalities or local governments are represented by this firm. We didn't inspect each of those local governments' contract with the firm, but they're very similar. We actually, I think, negotiated some special terms for Santa Fe when we were negotiating that contract, and we put in that cap based on our procurement code. So all of them are doing a contingency that are using this firm. Some of the local governments went out to RFP and then selected this firm, but I'm not sure if every single local government selected this firm. But we added the 60,000 cap through our negotiations with them.
Thank you. Councilor
I
Lindell.
just don't want us paying more than our share on this. And if 20 other municipalities are involved at $60,000, I guess that comes out to 1.2 million in costs. In addition to—
Point of information, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, City Attorney.
So any costs would be allocated amongst the many parties. So they have to be an actual cost incurred by the firm, and then we would allocate it amongst the various plaintiffs. So the city would not agree to cover all costs for all plaintiffs in any instance.
Okay, it just looks pretty costly to us, but that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions on this item?
Move to approve.
We have a motion from Councilor Maraworth to approve it.
Second.
Second from Councilor Vihil Coppler. Thank you for holding up your hand. Further discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll then, please?
Yes. Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassidy Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Maraworth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. And if you could bring us to 11B then, please.
Yes, sir. This is a request for the approval of the State of New Mexico Children and Families Department, an alternative to detention grant in the total amount of $345,324 for alternative to detention services in the City of Santa Fe contracts. And we have George Carrasco presenting.
Thank you. George, do you want to do what Marcos did for us and give us a quick introduction, and then if there are questions, everybody at home will know what we're talking about.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I also have with me Kira Ochoa, Department Director for Community Services. She could probably do a much better explanation than I can for this contract.
Okay, I'm looking for her. Kira, you there?
I'm here. Can everyone?
Oh, there you are. It's like
Thanks, George.
Hollywood Squares. You're in the lower left-hand corner now.
Thanks, George.
Kira, do you want to talk us through this briefly?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, George. Between George and us, we're impersonating Julie Sanchez here tonight, who is the program manager for the Children, Youth, and Families Department grants. And George helps significantly as well. As many of you may know, we've received these funds from the Juvenile Justice Board of the state for many years now, and this is our yearly award. This year, they're awarding a 4-year amount, and these funds are used. We subcontract with grantees in the community who do this work to keep our youth on the right track and out of the juvenile justice system through various means. Because we received the contract in early June, and we had, as I alluded to, a member of our staff who normally oversees it go on maternity leave around that time. We had to jump committees, which I apologize for, in hopes of getting your approval so that we could have a contract executed in a timely manner to receive these funds.
I see 3 council members have their hands up, so I'll start with Councilor Vigil Koppler.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any problems with the request itself, but I do have a question about the second page of the cover memo, and the cover memo's dated June 18th. The last paragraph on the second page says that the submission was due June 19th. And then it said the commission granted a 1-week extension. June 19th is expired, and then the 1-week extension is also expired. So is this a moot request?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vigil Koppler, thank you for pointing that out. We did receive another extension from CYFD to sign the contract. We thought we could get it through earlier, and indeed we are still able to receive the funds as long as we get them a signed contract tomorrow.
Well, that's pretty good then. All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I see Councilwoman Villarreal has her hand up.
Actually, Councilwoman Cassette Sanchez was first.
She took it down.
Yes, I had the same question as Councilor Vigil Koppler. So thank you, Councilor Vigil Koppler, for asking that as well.
Thank you for your politeness, but she took her hand down.
I had the same question, but I also had another one. I was just wanting to know what the city's role is in this grant. Like, how do we facilitate this work? And do we weigh into the scope of work, or is that really just set by the state?
Kira?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, our role is really to host the Children Youth Commission, which has, as many of you know, merged with the Regional Juvenile Justice Board, and to facilitate the strategic planning process every year, which we did earlier this year. It was the first time that the two groups merged and did a joint strategic plan to look at, prevention across the continuum. The state, CYFD, does dictate pretty firmly what services are delivered. In fact, this year they required certain models that you see in the packet, the Strengthening Families, ICM, and gender specific services. And so our role actually was to think of which agencies, might be able to offer those services in the community, and do a good job of understanding those models, so that when we did our RFP process for the Children Youth Commission funding, this funding was rolled into that, and we had applicants as part of that process applying to do these programs. But the state has a very specific and strict set of rules for delivering these services as well as reporting and invoicing on these services.
Good to know. The reason why I was asking, I was thinking about those youth circles, and I don't know if we facilitate the youth circles or we have a nonprofit group to facilitate them.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, we have a facilitator has been awarded those funds through the CYC. We can't announce who that is at this time until those funds are approved by council, but that will be done not by city programs and staff, but by an outside contractor, which is not to say they can't come into our, for example, after school and summer programs to facilitate those groups.
I think the only thing I was concerned is the way they just set it up in binaries, like male, female circles, and if there was any room for gender nonconforming. I don't know the makeup of the groups, but it would be good to know if they would make adjustments to that if they need to.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Villarreal, that's a question I would love to ask CYFD and will do and get back to you on that.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Other questions or discussion on this item?
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Councilor Romero Worth to approve that. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Councilor Rivera first. Is there further discussion? And if not, if the clerk would please call the roll.
Yes, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Thank you, both George and Kira. Appreciate you being here. That would bring us to 11E. If you could read us into that, please, Madam.
Yes. This is approval of a settlement agreement with the County of Santa Fe to resolve payment for certain capital costs pursuant to the second amended joint powers agreement between the parties for the operation of the Regional Emergency Call Center, also known as RECC, and the memorandum of agreement between the city and the county for public safety radio communications, Motorola dispatch consoles, and site equipment. And we have Marcos Martinez presenting.
Thank you. Marcos, if you could brief us on this, please, and then I'm sure there will be questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. As the caption indicated, this item requests approval of a settlement with Santa Fe County over RECC payments owed. The city, the county, and the town of Edgewood are parties to a joint powers agreement addressing regional emergency communications, a regional emergency communications center, or RECC. This is a second amended JPA that the city has with the county and Edgewood. Under the JPA, the county is responsible for day-to-day operations of the RECC and the costs associated with those operations. However, the city and county share capital costs. Through the settlement agreement, the city is agreeing to pay for capital expenditures approved by the RECC, and which, now that we've reviewed, the city believes qualify as a capital cost under the JPA. The settlement agreement before you addresses a few separate capital costs, or it calls them out specifically. The first is the computer-aided dispatch, or CAD project for $425,000. The radio dispute project, which is a separate Motorola project for $545,048. And then there's a general fiscal year 14 through fiscal year 20 capital dispute, which is an amalgamation of smaller capital purchases for $130,886.30. The funding would come from the 2018 GRT bond. And the last important point that I would note is that through this settlement, the city would also be agreeing to negotiate a replacement joint powers agreement, or at least to try to negotiate one in good faith with the county. At present, the county has already approved the settlement last Tuesday. We were going to bring this to council at the last council meeting, but due to limitations of time, we were unable to bring that to you prior to the county's approval. I'm ready to stand for any questions.
Thank you. I see Councilor Rivera's hand is up first, so you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Marcos. So if I remember the RECC JPA correctly, it says that the board has to approve capital expenditures, and the city manager, the fire chief, and the police chief all sit on that board. Did they agree as part of that to fund these capital projects?
Marcos, do you know?
I had no personal knowledge, but Greg Schaefer sent public minutes from many of the meetings involved in which these particular capital expenditures were reviewed and discussed by the RECC. And I reviewed those minutes, and the RECC did make a recommendation to send these projects back to the respective governing bodies for approval.
Do you remember what our specific representatives from the city voted on that, or how they voted on that?
These capital expenditures occurred over many meetings. The representatives changed over time, but in the minutes that I reviewed, the city council, not the council, the city staff representatives on the RECC voted to approve these capital expenditures.
All right, then I guess why was there any question about whether we needed to pay or not if we had agreed with all our city entities that that these capital improvements needed to be done?
Some of the issue was one of logistics. We did not receive invoices for many of the costs, capital costs, for a great deal of time. In the two larger projects, the CAD project, computer aided dispatch, and the Motorola project, we were waiting for those projects to be installed or shown to be operational before the city wanted to agree to pay them.
All right, and you're satisfied that we've seen all those invoices and that we're only being charged our share?
Yes, I have gone over the invoices. I've asked finance to review them as well. We've negotiated. I don't want to go into any specific details, but we have reviewed all of the invoices and received all of them.
Okay. And then lastly, I believe Edgewood had to pay a smaller percentage as well. Has everyone paid then except for the city's portion?
I'm not aware. I do believe there has been some public discussion as to Edgewood's contribution to the computer aided dispatch project, but their contribution is so small. I believe they've now paid up for it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there other questions for Marcos on this matter? If not, can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler has moved to approve this item.
Second.
Second from Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Is there discussion? Councilor Rivera.
Sorry, just briefly, Mayor. Marcos, before we start discussion on a new JPA, I would hope that there would be some discussion with the councilors about where we want to go, because clearly I have a history on this from even before I became an elected official, so would like to weigh in on that.
I think that's
absolutely. I would very much appreciate your insight.
I think that's entirely appropriate, and it applies to anyone on the governing body. I have issues that I need to put on the conversation table as well, based on some of the recent experiences with the performance at the RECC. And so I think it's entirely appropriate for anybody who is something they want to add to the bargaining or negotiating agenda to bring that forward, please. Other discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on this item?
Yes, Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Marcos. That ends item number 11. Are there matters from the city manager for us tonight?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, city councilors. I have no matters at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Matters from the city attorney for us tonight?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no matters right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Matters from the city clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. I have none this evening. Thank you.
In that case, we will move to communications from the governing body, and in no particular order, I will call on Councilwoman Villarreal first.
How did I know?
You're in the upper left-hand corner of my Zoom screen, Councilwoman, that's all.
Thank you. Just wanted to wish our city manager, Jarrell Lapin Hill, happy birthday. Her birthday was yesterday. She's a fellow Cancerian. I hope you were able to get some time off. And nope. And I called you late at night for another matter, but I realized I could have just called late at night for your birthday, but I didn't get a hold of you. So I hope you had a good day. Also, I'll let my colleague introduce one of the, I don't see you, but I'll just let Councilor Lindell introduce an ordinance that we have that I'm co-sponsoring. And I guess I had two things. One, I was really disappointed. I felt like the whole fireworks madness of illegal fireworks was just so out of control on the 4th of July. And I don't know if we actually put out any citations for people shooting off illegal fireworks. I would like to know that. I just feel like we're kind of at a crossroads. A lot of those fireworks are bought illegally or bought on the Pueblo. And I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way we can talk to the Pueblo about this, because it really affects all of us, and the potential for fires is a regional issue, not just a city. So I don't know if there's some way that we could kind of work with our tribal neighbors and family members and try to figure out what we could do differently for next year. It was really bad. It was just really bad. I think, anyway, I won't get into the specifics, but the other thing is I wanted to ask my colleagues, and you can weigh in maybe through an email or with a call. There's an idea for us to extend or start our afternoon meetings earlier. And I wanted to get your take on that, because I feel like if we start early, what does that mean? What are the implications of starting early? There may be some positives, there may be some negatives, but I certainly wouldn't want to start early and then continue going on till 12 and 1 a.m. So I don't want it to be extended even beyond what we have right now, but I would love your take on starting our meetings in the afternoon before 5. And I've asked our city clerk to just let me know how other municipalities run and what times they start. And it's kind of similar to ours, but different at the same time. I mean, it depends on the jurisdiction, but I just wanted to see what you all thought about that. So if you could either shoot me an email or call me or send me a text and let me know what you think about that before I sponsor anything.
City attorney's hand is up.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Vidal, I'd really encourage folks to give you feedback now if possible, so that you don't hear back from more than 3 people and have the risk of an outside quorum. So if anyone has thoughts on that now, it would be really helpful to express them now while we're in open hearing.
So you're saying people can't send me an email and let me know what they think?
No, only 3 people can.
Okay.
So if you want to designate which 3 you want to hear from, that would be okay. But Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, yeah, we can't invite an outside discussion on a particular matter.
Okay, well, I just wanted to put that out there because I'm conflicted by it. I see the need that we could potentially have a break in between this session and our evening sessions, which has not happened for all of our past meetings, virtual meetings. And I also don't want to start early if there's a potential for people not to be able to participate from the public. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
And
So-
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, I think through your resolution, you'd also get the opportunity to get the feedback and get amendments to it and that type of thing too. So you certainly wouldn't have to stick with whatever you introduce. It could be amended along the way.
Yeah, I just don't want to go through the trouble of doing a resolution if we don't have support for that. So
Thank
that's
you.
all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Moving right along to the Hollywood Squares, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you're next.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I'm happy to weigh in now to avoid any quorum issues. That would be fine by me. My guess my biggest concern would be anybody who is working a regular hour job, if that would be a concern for them, although 5 o'clock is typically the time where you are getting off. So I'm not sure how much that would impact if individuals are already asking for earlier release. It sounds like school, whether they're already asking to leave their jobs a little bit earlier to make council meetings. And then in terms of the public, again, that 5 o'clock was if you're working a standard hour job. I would imagine that they'd already be driving through. Where I do see the benefit is potentially getting to our public hearings on time, as we do have individuals that, especially when we are hopefully someday able to stop virtually meeting and once again gather in a room, who come and who are waiting and who do not have the ability to wait at home as they are now and are staying up late. So I'd be supportive. Absolutely would want to hear from the community on that. So thank you. Other communications, fireworks also, these were also really, really rough this year. I think that they were worse than last year, but I could just not be remembering last year because I was in a sleepless haze of infanthood. But you know, I actually had the experience of one evening, I found a dog who had escaped from the yard who was terrified. I fortunately was able to find their owners, but you know, this is definitely something that I hope next year we can have a plan in place or at least try to work towards it. I know that there are a lot of challenges for enforcement here, specifically that when we call and say, hey, there's fireworks going off in Bellama, that's kind of a big area for enforcement to try to figure that out. So I would absolutely support looking into that as well. I did want to give a shout out to the Christus St. Vincent COVID testing staff. I'm negative, but I did wind up getting a COVID test the other day. And it was the drive-through process. It was pretty painless. I would say actually the worst part for me was I had to go to Capshaw. And so the junior high memory is kind of swelled back up. But other than that, it was a very easy experience. So if anybody is wondering whether or not you need to get tested for COVID, I would highly encourage you to move forward. I've heard good things about the other testing sites as well. So I just want to put that out there that testing is available. It is pretty easy. They're not doing the nasal. They did the throat swab, which 6 to 1, half dozen to the other. But I definitely encourage people just to make sure, you know, we really want to keep reducing this spread. We'd like to continue to be safely opening. So it's not that bad, especially if you didn't go to Capshaw, you don't have to deal with any of those memories. So, and also happy birthday to Jarrell and happy birthday to Renee. I hope you both enjoyed your celebrations. I know Renee, you had a little bit more celebration in the city than perhaps we all would have liked, but I hope that everyone had a wonderful holiday weekend and had some relaxing time. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. I'll weigh in and say that I would like to start earlier. The public hearings are in the evening session, and it seems like maybe we could have the afternoon session start an hour earlier. Maybe that would help, maybe 2 hours earlier. So that's my weigh in on that. I'd be supportive of that. I would like an update on how our slow and quiet campaign is going. If we've issued any citations, what traction that has given us. And I'd also be curious about if we did issue any citations for fireworks. The size of the fireworks that were lit off in the foothills were unbelievable. I think we're really, really lucky that we didn't have a fire. And, you know, it's fresh in our memories right now, but, you know, this pretty much happens every year. Typically in July, we have fire concerns. We always have concerns for animals, and we also have concerns for veterans, that this is very traumatizing for people. And we got to find a way to do better with this, because what happened this year, it was pretty constant, and it went on for a minimum of 4 nights. You know, we haven't seen the sun go down yet tonight, so we'll see. But those are areas of concern that I have. Happy birthday, girls, women. I hope they were good. And I think that's all I have tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the camera, the floor.
Thank you. I'll weigh in on the earlier time for council. I don't have any problem with starting earlier. Back in my day, when I worked for the city, the councils would start their afternoon session at 4, and then another time they changed it and they started at 4:30. So now we're at 5. So I don't have any problem. So Councilor Villarreal, you can mark me down for a yes. The other, let's see, before I forget, I might be violating territorial boundaries, but this is a picture behind me that I took. Does anybody know what that is?
I can't quite make it out.
Wastewater treatment plant.
That's the Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant. So I took that when I went on tour. Sorry, those of you district councilors, District 2, I think. At any rate, what a wonderful place to work. Look at that. Man, it's beautiful out there. So there you go. There's that. The next item I want to talk about is the new Prime Gov that we're all using. You know, it takes a while to get used to, accustomed to everything. I think I kind of have the hang of it. But I'd like to make a suggestion, and I think, I don't know how you all feel, but I think it would be easier to maneuver if the different attachments were separated and added as additional documents, rather than like a 225-page thing. You know, you have to scroll to everything to try to find where you're going. But if you look at the item we're going to have on public hearings, I would like to suggest something like that for regular, normal administrative things when there's so much. So in the public hearing tonight, we have things broken down by what they are. If we could title those exhibits, that would be even more wonderful. I think it would be more efficient. I don't know how you all feel. An example tonight was the housing item. It was quite a lengthy document, and nowhere I was looking for stuff, and it was just a little bit too unwieldy. So that's a suggestion I have for Prime Gov. I don't know how we implement that, but separate documents would be a lot more efficient. The next thing I would like to read into the record, a resolution that I am sponsoring requiring that the city manager seek governing body approval before extending the term of the exclusive negotiation agreement with KDC Sienda Santa Fe Investments, 1 LP KDC Sienda, beyond its initial one-year term, and requiring that the 30-day progress reports from the Midtown Development Team be submitted to the governing body. And that is the resolution, and I believe Jesse also attached the document itself. And that is all.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, back to you for something to also be introduced that
Yes.
you accidentally overlooked.
I forgot. Thank you. Councilor Villarreal and I have an ordinance amending the table of permitted uses in section 14-6.1C SFCC 1987 to include commissary kitchens as a permitted use requiring a special use permit in C1 zoning districts and amending section 14-1 to 12.1 to add the definition of commissary kitchens. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, you gonna give us a tour?
Sure, why not? So I don't know if you guys can tell what's behind me. This is the Water History Park and Museum. It's one of the newer kind of parks in District 2. Opened up in 2013 and it was deemed a historical site. I mean, the water hydro plant behind me goes back to 1895. So it would have been pretty cool to see that thing in operation. In regards to the meetings, I'm totally open to looking at starting earlier. Counter to that is, how long would this last? My concern would be, we don't want to set barriers in place where potential future candidates or city councilors can't participate because they have full-time jobs. I know that we have a mix on the council now where folks may be retired, may have full-time jobs, and we want to ensure as much community participation as possible for these elected official positions. So I'd be concerned starting earlier, any earlier than 4, just because folks would have to take off time. My suggestion potentially might be is look at where our committee, our calendars might be more packed, and we might double up on meetings. I gave these comments to Jarrell, I think yesterday. I as well, 6 months in, having 2 or 3 meetings go past midnight, it's exhausting. And I know when we hit those meetings, those agenda items at 11:30 at night, we're tired, and we might not be as energized to talk and debate about an item as if we heard it at 5, 6 o'clock. So I would look into potentially doubling up on meetings when we're jam-packed. And if we need to cancel it, cool. But moving meetings too much early into the day, I think we're going to create a system where you're not going to have folks be able to participate in elected official positions, similar to what we see at our state legislature. Because it's a non-paid position, that the elected officials for House and Senate, it doesn't open it up to as many folks that should participate in that process. So I'd hate to see us go down that path with the city council. Definitely more than happy to connect with you, Renee, on that if you want me to be one of your 3. Because I do think I'm as well. We need to figure out a fix to this, because going till 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning does not help when I've got to be up at 6 o'clock the next day as well. So let's figure out how we can fix this, and not only for us but for the community as well. For example, last meeting when we had 70 folks participate in public comment and we had them waiting till 9 o'clock at night, to me that's not fair, and we want to create a fair process for everybody. So we totally open figuring that out. Fireworks, I'm right in alignment with you guys. I mean, I was hearing them up till last night. So I'm assuming I'll hear some more tonight. I think it's one of those things, because fireworks has gotten more accessible and more affordable. That's probably why we're seeing a huge intake or increase in that. I mean, I remember growing up in the fireworks that you used to be able to buy were, I mean, bottle rockets and black cats, and that was pretty much the extent. Now you can go and buy, these artillery shells that are usually used for commercial production, and they're relatively affordable. So we've got to figure out how we can, as a community, ensure that we're protecting each other. I understand the concerns with animals and our veterans. I want to ensure that they're safe and able to enjoy the holiday. I mean, we're lucky our pup was not fazed by the fireworks. I was afraid that she was going to be traumatized, but she actually liked them. She was chasing my daughter around as she was waving her sparkler. So it's a little scary on a different end. But that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. We start budget hearings next week on the 14th. And so I'm looking forward to having those deliberations with not just the Finance Committee members, but also I would invite and hope that all the members of the governing body participate in those hearings. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll weigh in on fireworks first. So we do have an ordinance that limits the types of fireworks that can be sold within the city limits. And those are typically the things you find at Albertsons or Walgreens, which are the fountain type, nothing that leaves the ground usually, sparklers, small things like that. So all these illegal fireworks are coming from outside the city limits. I think it was compounded this year by the fact that we didn't have a public show. Which usually, many people will travel to that and take advantage of the public show instead of feeling like they have to go out and purchase their own. So, we probably can get better and should get better at enforcement. I just know it's difficult to try to find out where they're coming from unless someone gives you a specific address and then you catch them in the act. So that's the hard part of that. With regards to meetings at 4, like Councilor Vigil Coppler, we used to have meetings at 4 o'clock and then 4:30, and I didn't see that it was much different. I think initially it would start out really well, and then because we realized we had the extra time, like what has happened in the past, we just squeezed more into it, and before you knew it, we were right back where we were when we had the 5 o'clock. So what I haven't seen happen a lot is presentations. So we haven't had a lot of presentations from schools, presentations from groups. And typically when you have that extra time, those presentations become a little bit easier to try to squeeze in. So I'm not sure it would really help, but I'm pretty flexible. So I'll try whatever the group really wants to do. Other than that, Mayor, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are wishing people happy birthday. We missed anniversary wishes. Counselor, if you want to weigh in on anniversaries.
Are you talking about my anniversary?
I am very much talking about your anniversary.
My anniversary was June 26th. I think I mentioned it at a meeting. 27 years with my beautiful wife. So thank you, Mayor.
Just don't want it to go uncommented on. Councilor Garcia, is your hand up for a recall?
Yes, just quick. I forgot to mention, are we going to get updates from John in regards to the street closures? Because I definitely would like to figure out how we're going to alert the community. And this is in regards to the downtown or any street closures for organization or businesses petition to close. I did have somebody, a constituent, reach out, requesting how we're going to alert folks. That way they can plan and accordingly.
Super. Good call. Councilor Romero Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely echo everything that's been said about fireworks. I do think it was probably an exceptional year because there wasn't a show and people are maybe venting a bit because of the pandemic. But I think it'd be great if we could figure out more that could be done there. As for earlier meetings, I don't think they should start any sooner than 4. And then I think we should have, I think right now our outside time is 11:30, I believe. Maybe we, put a cap on how late we can go. And I think the other idea would be maybe we only start early if we have public hearings. So to give us the, time to do those earlier in the evening and allow for the public comment earlier in the evening. I don't know if that's too hard to work out and makes it, too hard to keep track of when the meeting is, but those are some ideas. But I would agree with Councilor Garcia. I don't really want to push it too much earlier in the afternoon, only because, right now, I think most councilors can probably do that, but if we had a different mix, we might not be able to do that. So, so that's on that. I also want to comment on PrimeGov. One of the things I've been trying to do is download the packet so that I don't always have to have an internet connection to look at it. And when I did that today, the packet was over 1,000 pages. And to Councilor Vihil Coppler's point, you have to scroll through all of it, and then the iPad gets mad because you're scrolling too much, and then it takes you back to the top. And like, I don't know if there's something I don't know about how to, get down to the bottom or get to the middle, or I just find it very user unfriendly. And maybe there's some settings we can do, or maybe how we put the packet together could be helpful. So I just throw that out. And then last, I just want to say, everybody out there, keep social distancing, keep wearing your masks. As we've seen in the news, they're more important than ever. And now we have the governor saying, if you don't wear them, you get a $100 fine, asking local governments to help enforce. So we're seeing how critical they are as a tool in fighting this virus. And I just want to emphasize again, please, folks, let's wear them when we're outside and out of our homes. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor. I want to pick up on your last point. If you haven't seen our Santa Fe Promise poster, which is up and around in hotels, restaurants, shops, stores of all kinds. We also have little cards that you can pick up that describe what the Santa Fe Promise is, which begins, I promise to act as if I carry the coronavirus. We, thank goodness, those who have been tested have come up negative, and that's good news, but there are plenty of examples of people who are asymptomatic and don't know that they could be carrying the virus. We do know that we had 10 new cases today in Santa Fe County, 8 yesterday, 8 the day before that, 8 the day before that. We know that the governor is monitoring all of this with an eye toward rolling things back. And while we're trying to maintain the promise that the poster, and we also, if anybody wants to wear a pin, we have them now. You can be part of the campaign.
Where do we get those?
Well, there's a bunch in the mayor's office. There's Eli and his team are producing packets to hand out of land use. They're being distributed through tourism. If you know a store that would like to put up a poster, because one of the other things we say is we're going to shop at stores that are also keeping the Santa Fe Promise. It's a way of keeping our local merchants alive when the finances are tough. So we want to be open, but we know that the first principle is to be safe. And to be safe is to act as if you have the coronavirus, in particular, as it's spiking right now all over the country and in states all around us. We need to be very mindful of the need that each of us can play a role. So pick up a poster, pick up a pin. If you have a store where you'd like to focus on handing out this card, it's in English and in Spanish, and it lays out why we need to all be part of the solution to stopping this spread. It is incredibly virulent right now, all around us. And We got off to an amazing start. This community led the way for the entire state of New Mexico. And I know we can do it again. We stay focused, we stay committed, we stay safe. We will again break the back and make sure that we bend the curve. So I would encourage everybody who wants to participate. We have pins and posters, and it's a campaign. It's a campaign for safety. And out of safety, we can give people paychecks and keep people employed, and then really maintain our own community's well-being. So that's all I have on that. Councilor Garcia, did I accidentally not take your hand down, or is it, you're good? Okay. So it's 6:21. I propose that we adjourn until our 7 o'clock meeting. We actually get a break. There is no executive session tonight. So Joe, are you gonna take us out of this?
I will just put everything on mute. I would suggest everyone muting their mics, and we'll just leave it open to keep the same stream going. Just come back to this this location when you guys are ready.
If you're comfortable also turning off your video, we'll go into, we'll kind of go dark till 7 o'clock. Thank you. We're adjourned then till 7.
Hi there, my name is Rowan
We are back live on YouTube and we are reassembling. I think we are close to having our quorum for the start of the 7 o'clock session. We're waiting for a few more council members to return, as well as our city manager, city attorney, city clerk. So we should be starting any minute now. Joseph, you've got the controls?
Yes, sir, I do. I'd like to make a little announcement if I may, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
We have disabled the chat on the Zoom chat because we have just when people tend to chat during the meeting, that's the equivalent of shouting out in a council room a comment. And so we just want to keep order within the meeting. So chat is disabled.
Thank you. And we'll be, when we go to the, you might describe how, while we're waiting for everybody to reassemble, the first item on the agenda will be petitions from the floor. And I believe you'll be the person who will be unmuting people, introducing people by name in the order in which you have a list. And then you'll be unmuting them for the time for their petition. And then I guess the city clerk will keep a time record. And when we run out of, when their time expires, you'll have to remute them. If they haven't completed their remarks, they can certainly submit written remarks to be included in the full minutes of this meeting, either to my office in the mayor's office or through the city clerk, and make sure those get included in the minutes. But we've got a full complement of people who wish to speak to us tonight, and then a public hearing after that. So Joe, you'll have the control switch on that, I believe.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Let's see. Madam Clerk, are you with us? Oh, I have a footnote from our city attorney who says we should really receive them during or before the meeting. So if you they are best served to send them as an email, city attorney, or how do they do it during the meeting?
Mayor, members of the council, there were instructions on the meeting agenda about how to submit in advance of the meeting so that councilors would have access to those comments.
And some people did. We got
yes.
We got quite a few of those as well. I know that people come prepared to give full statements, and we really run out of time. And I was wondering if there's a way to admit those, perhaps not after the fact though, huh?
Mayor, members of the council, the problem is if they're in the minutes, it looks like the council had the opportunity to consider them, and if we don't get them till after, then you will not have had that opportunity.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I gave bad directions, I'm sorry.
Mayor Weber, members of the council, we could give different directions on the agenda, but the current directions alerted the public that they should turn their written comments in advance.
Right, and we have those, quite a few in hand. It's not as if people didn't do that. Okay, is the Madam Clerk, you don't usually use a camera, but I want to make sure you're present and accounted for.
I am present. Thank you.
All right, we're all good then. I believe we have a quorum, right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Counting the noses on our governing body, we're all present and accounted for. So the next item on the agenda, item 18 in the evening session, is petitions from the floor. And Joe Abeda has the order of people, and we'll give everybody a 1-minute opportunity to speak to the governing body, and we will be listening with attention. Joe, if you can start with the first person.
Yes, sir. First person is Ajoy Chandra. And Ajoy Chandra, I'm going to unmute you, and you are now unmuted.
Good evening. Can you, do you want my video or should I just speak into the Zoom?
You can just speak, sir.
Okay.
No.
I think I've already written a handful of you via email. My family moved to Santa Fe 5 years ago. We were very apprehensive about, we came from Jersey City, New Jersey, which is part of the New York City metro area. We had our apprehensions about coming here. We wondered if it was family friendly or not. But we found that there's actually a good number, well, let's just say a very small number of things to do, but each one of them is a real gem. There is the ski hill, there is the Children's Museum, then there is the ice skating rink. And there is not a whole lot more. I mean, yes, we have an infinite number of trails, but for winter activities, it's really a very small number of things. And my understanding, and I haven't been following this very closely, is that the rink is under some threat, that there is some talk of converting it into a soccer field. I think that that would be absurd to do. I think that it would really change the composure of this city, and it would ruin the city for the families that want to raise their children here. It is a great activity. It is an athletic activity. It is a mentally engaging activity.
Thank you. I neglected to say one thing before we got started on petitions from the floor, and that is, just to be clear, we do have a public hearing tonight as well. And so if your comments are directed to the item that we'll be taking up as the public hearing, which is item number 20A, don't speak to that during the items from the petitions from the floor. Hold your comments. There will be a time during the public hearing when comments about that particular item are appropriate and should be addressed at that time. If you have other matters, like our speaker who wanted to address the ice rink, items that are not on the public hearing, this is the time for those comments. So just to clarify, hold your comments if you wish to testify on the public hearing. Other items, such as the one we just heard about, are completely appropriate for the petitions from the floor. Okay, back to you, Joe. You have the switch.
Our next speaker is Allison Hill, and I believe it's this Allison doesn't not have a last name. Is this Allison Hill?
Yes.
You're unmuted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You can go ahead and begin.
Okay, I'm speaking in favor of the ice rink as well. I'm an adult skater. I started taking lessons at age 40. And, you know, I've been taking lessons with Learn to Skate, and every time I'd go in, there would seem like hundreds of little kids going in to skate. And I had no idea there was a budget problem with the ice rink. I just wanted to say that to keep it going, I'm open to many options, and I think a lot of the skating community would agree. I'm willing to volunteer. I'm willing to pay a separate membership fee for the ice rink. What else? I support a foundation, kind of like Friends of the Library. I support maybe a separate entrance where you can just pay maybe in advance for a few sessions, a year's worth of sessions, 20 sessions, do a punch card or swipe it as you go in. Just some ideas that I have.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mayor, our next speaker is Anu Merkine. Anu, you've been unmuted and you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Well, I was a member of the Santa Fe Skaters Association 20 years ago when we got the rink approved. And I remember working very hard to get that to happen. And I've been, in fact, I helped get most of those 13,000 signatures. So it'd be very painful to lose that rink. Not to mention the fact that I've been skating 2-3 times a week for the last 3.5 years, 4 years maybe. And I've invested a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of effort into getting getting good at skating. And, you know, I look forward to shows and competitions. And if we lose the rink, you know, where would I do that? It's a really wonderful place to go. And I watch all the little kids grow up learning how to skate. They also invest a lot of time and effort into getting really good at skating so they can continue to compete. And without a rink, all that time they've invested will be gone and their dreams will be shattered. So it would be really a sad thing to lose the rink.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, our next speaker is Danny Katz. Danny, you are unmuted.
Hi, yet again, I prepared 2 minutes and I'm left with 1. I do want to correct what the mayor said. The governor does not actually have the authority to impose criminal fines on people who don't wear masks. If you'd read the edict, Mr. Mayor, you would know that. This mask ordinance is yet again destroying the psychological fabric of our community. It is psychological genocide. Children are being psychologically crippled as they are not learning to read and mirror subtle facial cues that are crucial to healthy socialization. You are willfully crippling an entire generation of children. You have effectively outlawed smiles from the public sphere. Smiles are important indicators of friendliness, especially during tense times, which I think you can all agree we are together waging. We need the connection and these signs of safety. I walked into my mechanic's garage yesterday morning and was greeted by a room full of large men wearing masks. I'm a tiny woman. It's super intimidating, very stressful on the nervous system. Smiles let us know we are safe among those gathered. I did not get that signal. Not only did I not get the signal that I was safe, but I didn't get to exchange warmth and affection with my mechanic, Ron. Need Jesus.
Thank you. Joe?
Next mayor, excuse me. Next mayor, we have David Enos. David, you are unmuted. David? David Enos.
It shows as still mute. There we go. Now it's.
There you
Sorry
go.
about that. Apologies. My name is David Ennis. I'm here tonight to request the city's commitment to continue to support the operation of the ice rink at the Chavez Center. There's an active ice rink community at Santa Fe, and I'm part of that community. I didn't start learning to play ice hockey until the age of 42 at the Chavez. I'd never played before, and I found my community here. I've made so many good friends and have just really been actively engaged in the programs that are there. And I know many people who are involved in youth hockey, which is a developing program. We've had high school hockey programs and tournaments from out of state. And I just think that converting it, as has been discussed, to a multi-use facility would be a short-sighted budget mistake. I just ask that the city of Santa Fe continue to support the ice rink as it has for the last 20 years. And hopefully there'll be an ice rink for another 20 years or more into the future. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Richard Goldsmith. Richard, you are unmuted and can speak.
It looked, yeah, there you go. Now he's unmuted.
Thank you. If I could have a point of clarification, I would like to defer my comments until the public hearing on the ice rink, if that is okay.
Well, there is no public hearing on the ice rink, sir. So
Oh, I'm sorry, I was confused. Okay, I will give my comments now. Thank you for this opportunity to talk. Our 9-year-old granddaughter skated at the ice rink 4 to 5 times a week before its closure. She's a Santa Fe Skating Club member and Learn to Skate volunteer. And my wife and I are also skating club volunteers. The Chavez Center, and especially the ice rink, are community gems that must be accessible to everyone, regardless of economic status. In a recent letter to you, we proposed a collaborative government-community partnership, the creation of an ice rink committee that would, among other things, more accurately ascertain the number of people using the rink, the revenue the rink is bringing in, and the ways in which expenditures might be paired if possible. More importantly, this committee would bring different perspectives and creative energy for marketing the rink to the local community, tourists, the TV and film industries, and ICE organizations needing a venue for regional and national tournaments and competition. By increasing the rink's visibility, we are certain the rink's revenue stream will be increased.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Joel Berenston. And Joel, you are unmuted.
Thanks. Weekdays, I'm a scientist, but most Saturdays, I'm at the GCCC teaching beginners to skate. We fall down, we get back up. Now the whole country's fallen down, and I'm here fighting so we can get back up when it's safe and financially feasible to do so. The hope of having an ice rink again will get us through these times of no city money, better than money will get us through times with no hope of a city ice rink. National level coaches who visit our rink tell us we're lucky to be part of a community that works like ours does. I say in Santa Fe, we're an odd collection of parts that all fit together somehow. If we let the rink become significantly less available or more expensive, we risk losing a piece of what makes us a great city. I petitioned the governing body to go on record as being opposed to repurposing or privatizing the rink at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Leah Swanson. Leah, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As you can hear, there's a vocal and committed community of skaters and skating enthusiasts ready to be part of the solution to the financial challenges of opening the rink when the governor's orders are lifted. We are coalescing and communicating on how best to find a solution, and many of us are in the process of researching best practices for managing the rink toward profitability. In order to solve both the short and long-term problem of opening the rink, we need access to good data and financials on the actual cost to run it. I keep hearing a figure of a $350,000 loss to run the rink, and quite honestly, my hunch is the costs need to be reviewed more closely as the rink is part of the larger GCC structure. To be part of the solution, we really need to be able to study the problem in detail. We're here to be a partner to the city and to Parks and Rec. At a minimum, we can offer pricing models and scheduling from other rinks across the West, as well as potentially bringing in an outside consultant. We've heard you on the Friends of the Rink concept, and I think you can assume the support is there, but the fundraising piece would need to be grounded in numbers that people can reference. So I know you're under tremendous budget pressure, and a facility that's perceived to be losing money at that rate is low-hanging fruit. We just ask that any decisions regarding.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on the list is Lisa Schwab, but I do not see her attended into the speaker queue. So, oh, wait a minute, no. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and come back to her, and we will go to Zach Chandler. And let me bring up Zach here. Zach, you are unmuted and can speak. Did you not?
I'm Zach Chandler. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
My address is 210 Kayapataka. I've been reading about the need to provide more services for Southside citizens and children, and I agree. The Chavez Center Ice Rink Skating in the Schools program gets nearly 500 students on a school bus and gets them to the rink for several sessions of free ice skating lessons. The list of participating schools include Chaparral, El Camino Real, Gonzales, Nino Otero, Sweeney, Capitol High School. Please don't permanently close the rink and these services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, if I just may make a point of clarification here that once you have spoken, we will remove you from the queue because we do have a public hearing afterwards with a lot of speakers, and that people are more than welcome to watch us on our YouTube feed. Our next speaker is Scott Bigby, and I do not see Scott Bigby on the attendee queue. So we'll go ahead and move on to Tammy Berensden, and I do not see Tammy. Oh, there she is. Tammy, you are unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tammy Berenson, and I am president of the Santa Fe Skating Club. The Chavez Center is a world-class multi-use facility, and its operational costs have been a problem for the city since before it even opened. It shouldn't fall to a subset of users to solve the building's financial issues in a crisis. We have no reason to trust the accuracy of the statement that the rink cost the city $330,000 a year to run, because the city's accounting system does not permit an accurate financial analysis of any separate part of the building to be completed. We want to work with you to reopen the rink when it is safe and feasible to do so, but the threat of permanent closure needs to be taken off the table, and we need detailed financials for the entire building. Santa Fe has built a vibrant and inclusive skating community. We ask the governing body to adopt a resolution renewing its commitment to our ice rink, and that it won't be repurposed or privatized. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Mayor, our next speaker is Christopher Hilton Hassel. Christopher, you are live and unmuted.
With video, please. I have video.
Are you okay?
Sir, we're not allowing video for public comment.
I got really
Well-
nervous when they said.
I'm participating in a meeting that is a video meeting. You're not going to put me on video. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. We're following the same guidelines for everybody.
Okay, well, then please start the timer now. Good evening. Yesterday, I emailed you a draft proposal, which can also be found on our website at www.unmasked.icu, suggesting Santa Fe is the first living environment sanctuary city. In case the term sanctuary city is provocative to some, I mean it in its real sense and independent of United Nations Agenda 21 and ICLIE treachery. I mean that we declare and create a true and prosperous sanctuary of health and well-being for us and our natural environment, informed by local values and concerns, based in local participation. Your actions currently are literally killing us and our beloved city with every passing day. Santa Fe is in deep social and economic crisis because of the manufactured terror that the globalist technocrats have brought upon us with their weapons and lies, and you deepened that crisis by passing an odious, unlawful ordinance under the pretense that without mandatory masks, we'd have no tourism. Frankly, that's absurd. Santa Fe is the city different, and different would be no masks. Would be people.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Adam Steinberg. And Adam, you are live and are unmuted.
Not according to my screen. He's still muted.
Okay. Adam, I have you unmuted on our end. I think it's a matter of you to unmute your microphone. Okay, we can come back to Adam once he has unmuted, and we will go on to Marcela Ortiz. Let's see here. Marcela, allowed to talk is not available because Marcela is using an older version of Zoom. We would need to promote her to Marcela Ortiz to panelist to talk.
Adam, have you unmuted yourself?
Yes, I have. Yes, I figured it out. Yes.
All right, why don't we go to you, and then Joe will work on the next person.
Tell me when the clock starts.
Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. I am wishing to address your legislation regarding the COVID-19, the mask ordinance and other restrictive legislations. This is all based upon, as I understand it, the state and county increasing of the numbers. And these are questions, there's so many questions that have not been answered. And when I call your offices, I am not given explicit answers. It's very, I think it's your responsibility as our servants to do that due diligence and dig into it. If you go to the municipal court where they test every day, every single person who comes in, you'll find out that they haven't found one positive case yet. So who is getting sick? What do these numbers reflect? Is it just because there's more testing now, or is there more to it? These are life-changing legislations you're putting in place. There are dozens and dozens of businesses that are closed. I guess we've gone past a minute, but there are dozens and dozens of restaurants and businesses that are suffering horribly.
Thank you, sir.
And Mayor Marcela Ortiz has an older version of Zoom. The only way that she could speak is if we promote her to being a panelist. I can promote her into being a panelist and disable her video possibly.
Yeah, I think that's, if she's signed up to speak and you can make the technology work, and give her a chance to be heard, that's fine.
Okay, great. Marcela?
Is that working? Yes.
Marcela, you need to unmute.
It's currently muted. It still shows up as being muted, Joe.
Let me see if I can unmute her here. Ask to unmute. I did ask her to unmute. There you go, sir. Marcela, you're on.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
You're good to go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right there.
We hear you fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to know that I believe that the ice rink at the GCCC is vital to our special needs users. Specifically, the Santa Fe Skating Club has an inclusive list of members and provides programming for all ages and abilities. We have skaters who have Down syndrome, children with autism, and a lovely girl who is blind and skates with the assistance of a coach. That would be me. Particularly the progress made by one of our adorable students who is autistic and is enrolled in our highly successful Learn to Skate program has been amazing. Skating isn't just about skills, but learning confidence. And for some, that means the ability to express themselves and engage socially in a way that other venues and sports cannot offer. The arena isn't just for some subset of users, but a place where those with special needs in our community can blossom. The positive impact that the ice provides is beyond mere expression. It is transformative. Finances change, but the beneficial effect of our skaters' experiences at the rink are lifelong. I ask you to please look to the future and consider the invaluable service that our beautiful facility provides for so many families. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Joseph?
Yes, sir. And our last speaker is Rabbi Martin Levy. Rabbi, you are live and can speak.
It's, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I've been the rabbi of Congregation Bet Tikva here in Santa Fe for the last 11 years. From 2008 to 2012, I was the director of figure skating instruction and hockey instruction at the Chavez Arena. So I have a special connection to the skating rink and the skating world. As you know, our programs provided free instruction for hundreds of school students every semester. That's called the Learn to Skate program, an amazing program. When I was the director of skating, we also offered free instruction to students who are from the School for the Deaf here in Santa Fe. We have an Olympic caliber facility, and to me, the ice arena provides an excellent opportunity for children to develop their motor skills, their athletic skills, their social skills. And by the way, when you're on the ice, you're social distancing. Kids are not on top of each other as they might be playing basketball or football or other sports. So I hope that we'll be able to continue the facility and be able to enable so many thousands of kids to learn to skate. That's what matters the most.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So,
Mayor, that completes our public comment.
okay, thank you, Joe, and thank you for managing the technology.
Yes, sir.
If I look at the agenda, I see no appointments for this meeting. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, sir.
So that would take us to item 20A, if you would like to introduce that for us.
Yes, sir. This is consideration of Bill 2020-15. It's case number 2020-1994. 1115 Calle La Resolana zoning ordinance amendment. An ordinance amending ordinance number 1998-23 to remove condition of approval number 5, which limits access from Calle La Resolana to emergency access only for the property located at 1115 Calle La Resolana. And this is amending the Somerset storage rezoning, case number ZA 1998-4. And we have Dan Esquivel presenting.
Thank you. I want to quickly go through the procedures for tonight so that we are all operating from the same set of understandings, and then we'll get started. The process is pretty much familiar to all of you, but it's worth reviewing for people who may be listening or watching. We'll begin with any member of the governing body who wishes to disclose an ex parte communication regarding the merits of the case, and recusal if a member feels that based on those conversations they feel they are unable to be fair and impartial in this hearing. Then we'll get to the presentation of the staff report for no more than 10 minutes. The applicant will have 10 to 15 minutes to present their case. Members of the public will be sworn if they wish to comment, and I believe we've got a group of people who have already identified themselves as eager to testify on this matter, and we'll give them each 2 minutes to address the issue. At that point, the governing body will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff, of the applicant, of the public who has been sworn. Once that question period is over, we close the public hearing, and we could reopen it by a motion, but I assume that all the questions will have been asked by then, at which time we'll begin deliberations among the governing body, leading to a vote. So that's the process. Just for the record, if there is anyone on the governing body who wishes to disclose ex parte communications, this would be the time to do that. Good. And I guess now we move to the Land Use Department staff report. And Dan, are you going to lead us into that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can everybody hear me all right?
As long as you talk straight into the mic. When you turn your head, it gets a little different.
Let me share my screen. All right. The staff recommends that the governing body adopt the recommendations of the Planning Commission and approve case number 2020-1994. If the governing body accepts the recommendation, the applicant has requested that the findings of facts and conclusions of law, which are included in Exhibit C, also be adopted at this meeting. There are 2 sample motions. Move to approve the amendment to ordinance 1998-23 for case 2020-1994 and adopt the findings of facts and conclusions of law as set forth in Exhibit C, or move to deny the amendment to ordinance 1998-23 for case 2020-1994 and direct staff to revise the draft findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision. The actual section of ordinance 1998-23 is condition number 5, which states access from Calle La Resolana will be controlled and have limited access during the construction period and will be limited to emergency access thereafter. This reflected the access, which is circled where the property abutted and adjoined Calle Resolana right at the bend. The applicant has moved that access, which is identified in blue, to a property that is just south of the proposed site, which eliminated the issue of the ordinance. The City Traffic Division has reviewed the application and is in support of the proposed development plan and the proposed ordinance amendment allowing access to Calle Resolana. At the Planning Commission, the secondary access, which is proposed as an emergency area access, which is identified in blue up at the top, was an issue. Staff has revisited that as a direct result of the request by the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, that would run through the Days Inn. It does. The Days Inn is required to have 108 parking spaces. We counted 113 parking spaces. Of that, 9 parking spaces will be eliminated, 4 of which will drop the Days Inn below the required parking spaces of 108. And those parking spaces are located in red, just to the west of the property. The second issue with that request is that our ordinance requires that if you're not directly adjoining a public right-of-way, that you must meet the minimum standards for a subcollector road, which would require, based on the number of dwelling units, which is in blue, the application is 45 dwelling units. They would need either a 42-foot width of right-of-way or a 50 or 56-foot width of right-of-way, which they do not have. At the measurement using GIS, there is about 32 feet between the west property line and the building itself. So with that, Mayor, I can answer any questions that you may have.
We'll hold that off until the Q&A period, but I'm sure council members will take you up on that offer in the appropriate time. The applicant must be sworn in and provide name and address, and then you have the floor for 10 to 15 minutes. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Ms. Montoya, is anyone else going to speak at this time?
I think we have a group of people. Well, later on, there will be other people to be sworn when we get to the public comment. For the applicant, I think
there's 3 or 4 people for the applicant.
is that right? I don't know.
I can answer that question for you, Mayor.
It should be Monica Montoya, Mike Gomez, Ed Romero, Chris Grazer.
Oh, okay. So everybody who is maybe speaking for the applicant, if you can comply with the city clerk's swearing in, now's the time to do it.
Penalty of perjury. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Ms. Montoya?
I do.
Mr. Gomez?
See who's muted and who's not muted.
Mr. Gomez, are you on?
Yes, I am on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Romero?
I do.
Mr. Grazer?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Gifford?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. It'll be just myself and Mike Gomez doing the presentation for the council. Ed Romero, Tom Gifford, and Chris Grazer are available for the discussion portion of the evening if there are any questions that they could answer for the council. Good evening, city councilors, mayor, and staff. I am Monica Montoya, a land use consultant with Montoya Land Use Consulting, representing the Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to present you with the details of the proposed amendment to condition number 5 of ordinance 1998-23, to lift an emergency-only restriction imposed on the subject property as part of a previous expired development approval in 1998. We hope to show the council this evening that conditions and circumstances specific to this residential use, along with an intense redesign of the entrance of Calle de Solana, complies with city code, is supported by staff, and will work. But mostly, the Housing Authority would like to propose to the community that they'd be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. And with that, I'd like to share my screen for a brief presentation.
There you go.
Thank you. Can you see my mouse, Mayor and councilors?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this evening, my presentation will be very brief. I would like to just give you a brief overview of La de Solana. We'd like to talk a little bit about our traffic analysis and then open up for questions. So La de Solana is an apartment community with 45 units and a community space on 2.5 acres of vacant land located at 1115 Calle de Solana. The Planning Commission approved the development plan on May the 21st, contingent on the council's approval of the amendment before you this evening. In the interest of providing council with a little bit of background, I'd like to just briefly review the development plan approval. La de Solana will be a housing community primarily for families with children. The units will be a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom floor plans and is a 2019 New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority Low Income Housing Tax Credit Award winner and will conform with all the provisions and the requirements of mandatory design standards for multifamily housing. Oh, sorry about that, went the wrong way there. This image shows the location of the property in relation to the area. Cerrillos Road is mostly an east-west street. Calle de Solana is mostly a north-south street. Seiler Road is to the east of the intersection of Calle de Solana and Cerrillos. This radius is basically just to depict some of the uses and streets that are in the close vicinity of the subject property. The site's ideally located in close proximity to many amenities which positively impact a balanced neighborhood, including schools, shopping, employment, and transportation. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty of the proposed amendment before you this evening. As Dan so eloquently explained earlier, this is a depiction of our access plan. This is the site here where the development will be built. This is the access off of Calle de Solana, which is a driveway that's part of the property's square footage, intended for access to the property as best as we can tell from old surveys. Emergency access is to the north. At the end of the site connecting to Cerrillos Road via a parking lot for a hotel, for the Days Inn Hotel. The north exit is for emergency purposes only, and we propose an Opticon gate at the common boundary with the Days Inn property. We propose that this plan will work and is sufficient for a residential community. Both traffic and fire staff agree. We've been asked, why is primary access to Calle de Solana so important to us? What's wrong with using Cerrillos Road as a primary access? There are so many reasons why we feel that Calle de Solana is a better option. It's more appropriate for a residential community. It's a better character for an entrance to a residential community. It connects the project to an existing residential neighborhood, not a commercial thoroughfare. It's a threshold between the street and the community, and it plays an important role in the impression and the character and the experience of the site. And essentially, it announces the community from the street. We strongly believe that these qualities cannot be achieved through a parking lot of a hotel. When I think of young families with children and seniors, and I think about an entrance to a home, pedestrian experiences, connectivity to residential neighborhoods, I don't think of a driveway through a parking lot hotel, the parking lot of a hotel. The easement to the north is essentially a drive aisle for a row of hotel parking, not a roadway with sidewalks. There's a danger factor with pedestrians in the driveway, dodging cars, backing out of a parking space in a hotel parking lot. The rear visibility of a driver is minimal at best when considering that children may be walking through a driveway to get to Sirius Road from the development. This is the general design concept of the 1998 access plan. Essentially, the roadway connects the property to Calle La Resolana in a 90-degree angle. This design understandably drew criticism because visibility of oncoming traffic on the Calle La Resolana was minimal at best and presented a problem. This is the revised access diagram approved by staff and recommended by the Planning Commission. It's quite different from the previous design and especially different from the 1998 design. The angle at the intersection of Calle La Resolana is aligned appropriately so that visibility is clear. There's also room for landscaping and other welcoming features with a safe sidewalk connection from the street to the community, which is more appropriate for families. We propose that circumstances have changed from 1998 to 2020, which affect the use of Calle La Resolana today. Condition number 5 of the ordinance was adopted because of a flawed traffic design for a commercial development application 20 years ago. We ask the council to consider that circumstances surrounding the 1998 application do not exist today or apply to a residential use application such as the one proposed. The current application complies with the Santa Fe City Code design requirements for residential development. And with that, I would like to turn the floor over to our traffic engineer, Mike Gomez.
Hello, this is Mike Gomez. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to share my screen. Okay, my name is Mike Gomez. I'm with Santa Fe Engineering. I'm a registered professional engineer and a certified traffic operations engineer. I have in front of you a graphic that shows the site, and we were the ones who prepared the TIA, the traffic impact analysis for this project. The TIA requires several steps. The first step is to have a scoping meeting with the city traffic engineer. We met with John Romero and he laid out the analyses that he wanted. He wanted traffic counts at the intersection of Calle Oriente.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Gomez?
Yes.
I'm looking at a screen that shows 4 very attractive pieces of glass with light shining through them, as opposed to a traffic analysis. So you may want to check your slides or whatever you are producing, because I think you think we're seeing something we don't think we're seeing.
Let me see here. I shared the screen.
Mike, I have your presentation. I can put it up for you.
Why don't you put it up for me, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think you were operating under the impression that we were seeing a traffic engineering report and we were seeing a very glistening, there we go. Now we got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the traffic impact analysis has several steps. The first step is to meet with the traffic engineer. He outlines what intersections he wants counted and analyzed, and the scope of other analysis. So we met with John Romero and he wanted us to count the intersection of Calle Oriente and Calle La Resolana, and then Calle La Resolana and Siringo Road. The next step is we go to an ENN. At the ENN, we want to listen to the comments from the public so that we can address them in the TIA. At this ENN, there was a lot of comments about speeding on these streets. There were comments about cut-through traffic, especially on Calle Oriente. there was talk about lots of crashes out here and the difficulty in parking on the streets. So once we got that behind us, then we went forward and did our counts and our analysis. Could you go to the next slide, Monica?
Yes.
So here is the traffic count that we got at Calle Oriente and Calle La Resolana. If you could zoom in a little bit there, well, maybe it's very readable. We have very low traffic volumes on the date that this was counted. And this was counted pre-COVID. So this was all traffic. We went ahead and did a analysis for capacity, and all of the intersections that we counted had levels of service A, except for one level of service C over on Siringo Road on a left turn. So we have an amazing amount of traffic capacity in here. The other thing that John Romero asked for were speed studies on Calle La Resolana. So we did a study on that. We found that the high speed that was measured was 38 miles per hour. The low speed was 20 miles per hour. The average is 24.8, and the 85th percentile is 28 miles per hour. And the posted speed limit is 25 miles per hour. So we didn't, during the times of our counts, we didn't see a lot of speeding traffic as had been elaborated on before. Next slide, Monica. The next thing that we looked at were crashes. There was a lot of complaints about crashes. So we went to the New Mexico DOT and we got all the available crashes at that intersection. And in the past 5 years, they only have their data up to date, up to 2017. In the past 5 years, there was one accident, and it was a driver error accident at that intersection. Next slide, Monica. Thank you. So then we looked at how much traffic is this development going to generate. Some people think that you have 45 apartments, they have 2 cars each. So that's going to be 90 cars, and they're all going to be coming in and out at once. This is incorrect. The Institute of Traffic Engineers has generated studies for all types of land uses. And for this land use, we're looking at 22 cars in the AM and 29 cars in the PM. And what you see right on there are the volumes that would be making 11 cars making a right. I can't quite read the other number there. It's making a left. If you could zoom into that area, Monica, that might be helpful right there. If not, the volumes are extremely low. Like I said, 22 in the AM and 29 in the PM. Now we've checked ITE data at other developments, other apartment projects, because people don't believe them. And every time we check it with ITE, they come out lower than what ITE predicts. ITE, it appears to be very conservative. Next slide, Monica. So the next big issue with this TIA is access. And you can see that this site is bordered by all kinds of streets around there. Calle La Resolana is classified as a collector street. Calle de Oriente is a local street. Clark Road is a collector street. Siringo Road down below is a minor arterial street. So it would look like we have plenty of ways to get in and out of here, but in actuality, we don't. Next slide, Monica. Thank you. Next. So yeah, back. You were there. Okay, so you flipped back, Monica. Forward. There we go. Stop right there. So the intersection of Calle La Resolana and Cerrillos Road is access controlled. you are only allowed to make a right turn for northbound traffic. So everybody who goes north has to make a right on Cerrillos Road. You cannot make a left. If you're on Cerrillos Road headed westbound, there is a lane so you can go ahead and make that left turn in there. The only other movement is right. So this intersection here is pretty well controlled and is looking good. Next slide, Monica. Okay, so then the next access locations are the ones that Dan presented to you, where we have a 25-foot easement at the Days Inn property, and we have that for emergency access. Next slide, Monica. Here's a colorized version, a little bit at a better scale, that where you can see where the easement is. The easement is right up to the face of the building. And by our calculations, there's an additional 10 feet to the property line, which we do not have an easement to use. Then that green area is another easement that was platted, and it's a 38-foot easement. Next slide, Monica. So if you zoom real carefully in there, you can see the curb and gutter and see that there really isn't room to build a new roadway adjacent to the Days Inn, to have sidewalks on both sides, curb and gutters, ADA access, etc. Next slide, Monica. So just to show you what the existing ground conditions are, this is a photograph looking north. You can see the building right there. The 25-foot easement butts right up against that building, and it ends up about halfway across those parking spaces that are going to be lost. Next slide. This is a view looking out from that access onto Cerrillos Road. This picture was taken May 21st, I believe. This was during the big shutdown of COVID. There wasn't a lot of traffic except here on Cerrillos Road at this intersection with Seidler. You can kind of see the Save-On in the back. That's the queue over at Seidler Road, and it passes our intersection right there, which would mean that in typical situations, there isn't the spacing to get out onto Cerrillos Road. Next slide. There's a view looking down towards our property and showing you what's available right in there to go ahead and make some type of an entrance there. There's just not enough land, and the conditions aren't good for ADA access. Next slide. So here's a view looking towards town down on Cerrillos Road. And the only reason I threw this in here was to show all the different driveways that are along here. If this was a DOT facility and it was designed according to that, these were probably driveways that were grandfathered in, is that there's normally spacing criteria between driveways so that we don't get blockages at queues and things like that. Next slide. And then this is looking south from our driveway, and you can see we have more driveways in that direction. So it's a very difficult area in terms of a driveway feasibility. Next slide. So we looked at other ways that we could get in and out of here. Right there is the Big 5 store near the mislabeled Clark Road. The dot should be a little bit further over to the right. But in that alley right in there, we went out there and walked it with Ed Romero looking. We've contacted the developer, the owner of that shopping center, and the width just is not in there that we could be able to get a roadway through that. It would be more difficult than at the Days Inn. There's another alley that kind of goes behind the Big 5 north to south to Cerrillos Road that has another driveway that comes out there, but it's very narrow also. Seidler Road could be extended across the way, except that there's a little shopping center in there that blocks it. So that's out of the question. So there isn't a lot of ways that we can go ahead and do this. Next slide, please. So we concentrated on our access that we do have. We hired surveyors to go out there and do a detailed survey of the streets, the walls, the trees, the fences, everything around our site. On the colorized in the upper left-hand corner right in there, this is the area that is different from the old plan to the new plan. We've gone and worked with this property owner to go ahead and remove some of the walls and things that are blocking views right in there. Right now, there's an existing, it's a very high wall, block wall that comes all the way out to that blue line right there. And then it turns into a dash line and goes around there. We're purchasing that entire property from that adjoining property owner. And as part of the deal, we're going to go ahead and rebuild the walls so that we do have good sight distance. And this alignment was set so that we meet the AASHTO, the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, sight distance requirements. So that's what those lines are. We're going to have a clear line of sight to Calle de Oriente, and then we meet the length that's required for that direction. Could you go to the next slide? We not only looked at it in the horizontal view, we looked at it in the profile view. So we got topographic mapping, and if there was a wall or a high ground in place, that would be shown up on this view right in here. And this shows you that we meet the requirements.
Sir?
Next slide.
Sir?
Yes.
You've hit the 20-minute mark. I don't know how much more you have to go, but we asked you.
I'm on my last slide. This
Okay,
is the
thank you.
last one.
Thank you.
So the only other thing that I wanted to say is we also, since we reoriented it, we checked the right-hand view coming out, and we exceed the national standards. So with that, I'm done on my thing right there. We've looked at the ENN concerns about speeding. We don't see evidence of that. Cut through traffic on Oriente, very low traffic volumes. Crashes, 1 crash. Parking, we didn't address, but parking is limited on the street right now. So it should be something that can be accommodated with this project. Thank you.
Did you want to summarize at this point? I think that was the gist of your presentation, but if you want to pull it together for a minute or so, and then we'll move to the public testimony.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. We just wanted to close by asking the City Council to please consider that what we present this evening in terms of Santa Fe City Code requirements, support from staff, the traffic analysis supporting the proposed access, we'd like to ask the council to please consider that the ordinance applied to a use 20 years ago, that circumstances have changed, and ask that you please consider this amendment. And with that, we'll stand for questions.
Thank you. According to our, let's see if we can mute some folks because I'm getting a bunch of feedback here. I think the next step, Madam Clerk, is to swear in members of the public who wish to comment. Maybe you can do that all at the same time. They are waiting in the, I believe, in the attendees room. And we could give each of those people a 3-minute opportunity to speak to this issue.
Yes, Joe, are you fine bringing in all of the people that want to do public comment?
Noah's going to be doing that.
Okay. Noah, do you have Barbara Higgins on?
I do not see Barbara Higgins here.
Okay. Dana Catron?
I do see Dana. Dana, I'm going to unmute you and please be sworn in, and your time will begin after that.
Hello, my name is Britt Catron. I'm speaking for my wife, Dana Catron.
I don't think you've been sworn in quite yet.
No.
So
Let me swear,
we'll take
let me
care
swear
of
you in, please.
Okay.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and your address for the record, sir.
Britt Catron, 2814 Calle de Oriente, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
Go ahead, sir.
So we're concerned about the Resolana access. We see that a traffic study was done. I would question the usefulness of, one day looking at it, but we feel that it's going to add a lot of cars and speeding to the area. Our primary access is at Clark Road, and there's quite a bit of cars that run through Clark and Calle de Oriente all day long. People are just coming through there, rolling through, and that's a pass through between Cerrillos and Siringo. So we're worried that that basically, the addition of this access at Resolana is going to add to the pass-through traffic. And as you said, gets pretty congested at Seiler Road turning onto Resolana, and a pretty popular access coming from I guess it'd be the east side of town, is via Clark Road. So we're expecting that this apartment complex, in that access will add quite a bit of traffic coming through Clark and Calle de Oriente. So, and there's lots of small children in the neighborhood, and that's our primary concern.
Thank you. I can hear some of them in the background. Who's next? Noah, are you managing the list?
Next, we have Richard and Marcela Griego. Are they in the room? Noah?
Yolanda, I don't see them in the room.
Okay, we will go to Rick Martinez.
Rick, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. Please be sworn in first, and your time will begin then.
He looks like he's still muted though. Now you get, well, no, he still looks muted.
Rick, there you go.
Thank you.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear to.
Thank you. Please give your name and address for the record.
Rick Martinez, 725 Mesilla Road.
A little bit louder, please, Rick.
Rick Martinez, 725 Mesilla Road. How's that?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Okay, good. My question is today is why are we having this conversation when it's already a done deal? Today you passed $200,000 for this project. You did that with the Finance Committee. You did that with the Quality of Life Committee. The city attorney told the neighborhood that this is a quasi judicial project, that we couldn't have any contact with the councilors or the mayor, and that yet the city civic housing could go ahead and lobby for $200,000 for this project. And I realize that Planning Commission has approved it, but you haven't heard this project, but you guys are hearing it now, but it's not fully approved, and you're already okaying this project by allowing this $200,000 to be passed, and it's not fully approved yet. So I asked that this ordinance not be passed, that everybody on this council recuse themselves until we get a better answer on why this process went so far ahead without having the project fully approved, that you're approving this $200,000. And that's all I have to say, but I just really think that you guys did it in the wrong steps. And the city attorney told us, do not contact our city councilors or the mayor, but yet these guys had the opportunity to contact you and lobby you guys. So that's where I stand. And I think the rest of the neighborhood stands with me on that this process was done unfairly. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Next person is Robert Larraguete. No, is he in the room?
He is. Robert, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and once you're sworn in, your time will begin. Thank you.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Robert Larraguete, and it's 1524 Escondida Court, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Dear Mayor and City Council members, to put this in real simple terms, this hearing is really to justify how an access that was previously only safe enough to be considered emergency access for storage units is somehow now transformed and safe enough to be considered primary ingress and egress to serve a project with traffic counts that are far in excess of the original residential development and a subsequent storage unit project. This thinking seems rather dreamland to me as regards to safety. Again, the access was not adequate for the original RM zone 34 unit residential development. Then along comes the storage unit project that was approved, but only with this access written into the ordinance as emergency access only. And oh, by the way, this same approval is what rezoned the property to its current C2 zoning. So back to the question, how is it that this access is now all of a sudden adequate for a 45 unit residential development? Well, according to the city staff and the developers, the new C2 zoning does not require the same access provisions that are required for a smaller residential project that was built in RM zoning. So by virtue of having the C2 zoning, this project will be less safe than RM zoning would have mandated. The new zoning hasn't changed the size or the configuration of the property. And since that zoning change, the property has actually lost an ingress and egress access point. Thus, it's now an even greater safety issue. So as you can see, this is all about safety and whether the developer cares about that or not. The reality is that if the developers were truly concerned about safety, why are they not also asking the council to amend the C2 zoning from that same approval and allow the land to go back to RM zoning, which in fact would allow them to build more units? The reason is because this would, of course, they would lose this dangerous access and thus be forced to pursue a safer means for ingress and egress. The staff report presented to the Planning Commission indicated that it should be noted that the applicant has not proposed an alternative means of ingress and egress to the site other than what is identified in this staff report. So this to me is what's most telling in whether there are any real concerns about safety, because the C2 zoning allows for no need or motivation for the developers to look for a safer access to the project. And this is why I'm truly disappointed in the Planning Commission's decision. And of course, I'll be disappointed in the council's decision should you decide to just rubber stamp the commission's recommendation. So in closing, I hereby request that the members of the City Council deny the amendment of the ordinance to allow this based upon safety, and request that the developer seek an alternative ingress egress to the project, or at least require that the Cayo La Resolana access only be a one-way. Thank you all for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Noah, the next person is Rod Hassan.
I don't see a Rob Hassan.
I see a Cecilia Hassan.
Yeah. Oh. Cecilia, I'm going to go ahead, or Robert, I'm going to go ahead and let you speak. And then once you are sworn in, your time will begin. Thank you.
Looks like it's still muted, however. it may be unmuted at your end, but still muted at their end. They may need to know that there's a mute on their computer or their device as well. They need to adjust.
If we wanted to go to the next speaker, we can come back to Cecilia.
Let's do that. And if whoever is, whether it's Rob or Cecilia, has a button to push to unmute, that would be productive.
Okay, Tatiana Perez.
I don't actually see Tatiana Perez in this area for speaking.
Okay, Stephanie Benenato.
You see Stephanie. Stephanie, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. Please be sworn in and your time will begin.
Thank you.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you'd please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Stephanie Benenato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I just want to say that I had my hand up for public comment and I was unhappy that I was not recognized, and I had requested it earlier in the day and received a link. So I would like to make those comments after I just make a short comment about this development. The city has often made changes to zoning to allow development, and often the development is done at the cost of the surrounding neighborhoods. However, we also need affordable housing, and it seems at least that the developer has expanded the access so that there is a multi-lane access into the building. And I myself do not think that access, except for emergency, to Surios through the Days Inn parking lot is a good idea at all. And in terms of my public comment, excuse me, I'll just do it very quickly. But I do wonder why Lisa Roach, who's head of historic preservation, felt the need to deny that you, Mr. Weber, ordered the removal of the Vargas statue and tried to remove the obelisk during the middle of the night. And this was just an argumentative response to Fabiola Hartford, who brought up this this event when at the H Board's last meeting. And I don't understand what Ms. Roach's purpose was in being this argumentative and denying reality, like what was the benefit for her. I also just wanted to also point out that the $70,000 given to LifeLink seems that, from what I can get from the public records request, is that 40 to 50% of that money, and it's not just 1 year for $70,000 to train some homeless people to become, you know, working for Parks and Rec. It's 2 years, and about 40 to 50% of it seems to go to administrative costs, if the amount of hours is any indicator. And the number of people is so many that they're on it. You know, the majority are getting 5 hours of work, which is not really training and certainly not in a job experience. So it seems like we're actually supporting LifeLink here by allowing a 40 to 50% administrative overhead. And I really do think, even like with the Center for New Mexico Center for Homeless, who's now in the business of running the homeless pandemic center because the city started it, but according to, again, the mayor, we're not in the business. How much is going for overhead? How much for administrative costs? And how much really for service? So those were my public comments. Thank you for indulging me.
Very good.
Next, we have Michael Barrio.
All right. Michael, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Please be sworn in first, and then your time will begin after that. Thank you.
Sir, under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Barrio, Executive Director of the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition, 501 Holones Street, 87505. In my formal capacity as Executive Director for the Coalition, I'm here tonight to express the Coalition's position on the Cayo Resolana project. For the past 58 years, the Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority has been the primary provider of affordable housing for the citizens of Santa Fe. And to my knowledge, the Cayo Resolana project has met all ENN, fire, traffic, and other zoning requirements. And along with their reputation among the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority, local and national banks, and equity investors, is indicative of the caliber projects that have been completed on time, on budget, and are run efficiently. There's no question that Santa Fe is in the grips of an extreme shortage of affordable housing. According to CBRE, which conducts regular rental market analysis, rental occupancy rates in apartment complexes are the highest they've been since tracking began at 98%. This means large apartment complexes in the city are functionally at 100% occupancy with only a small number of units unoccupied due to maintenance and turnover. When occupancy is this tight, rapid rental rate increases are inevitable. In Santa Fe, half a decade of extremely tight rental markets means rental rates have increased over 46% in just the last 5 years. Most alarmingly, the 2018 census data reports that 85% of renters earning less than $50,000 a year in Santa Fe are paying more than they can afford for housing. The consensus among housing planners, local housing nonprofits, and city affordable housing staff is that we simply don't have enough rental housing to serve the number of renter households in our community. As a coalition, we consistently support initiatives that seek to address housing accessibility and affordability in Santa Fe. And importantly, we strongly encourage and participate in collaborative and inclusive engagement in order to adequately address this issue. As such, we don't believe we can afford to be dismissive of any initiatives that would seek to address this growing problem. Rather, I would urge the city of Santa Fe, housing nonprofits, communities, and other stakeholders to work together to address community concerns and realities while developing sustainable solutions that work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noah, did you have the Hassens, Rod or Roderick Hassan?
I can try them again. They did raise their hand, so maybe they fixed their microphone problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and allow you to talk, and you'll need to be unmuted, and then you'll be sworn in and your time will begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is great. Sorry about what happened before. I'm not sure exactly what happened. My name is Rod Hassan, and my wife is here with me, Cecilia Hassan. We live at 1499 Clark Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and we've lived here.
We need to swear you in. We need to swear you in.
I'm sorry?
You need to be sworn in.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, that's okay. It just, you can't start quite yet.
All right.
You're both going to speak?
Yeah, but we won't take a lot of time.
That's fine. Let me swear you both in. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Hassan?
Yes.
Ms. Hassan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so like I said, we live in the neighborhood and we've lived here since 1986. And in that time, we've seen a lot of changes. We've seen more houses, more neighbors, more vehicles, and unfortunately, more accidents. Going back to this ordinance now, in 1998, an ordinance was established whereby only emergency vehicles could exit the property at 115 Calle de Resolana. This was done to ensure the safety of both pedestrians and vehicles. You see there is a double blind S-curve just along this property line in Resolana. However, in May, the Santa Fe Planning Commission made what I consider a hasty and short-sighted decision to change the ordinance and open that area. This property is simply too dense and unsafe for our neighborhood. 45 1, 2, and 3 bedroom townhouses on 2.4 acres with 60 to 75 vehicles creates too much activity for our neighborhood. It's close to Sirius Road also. The entrance and exit to the housing are 2 lanes side by side. On my street, which is Clark Road, we have 25 townhouses, 25, and we have 2 areas where we can go in and out. We have one on Sirius Road and one at the end of Clark Road to go on to Calle de Oriente. This project, however, has the 2 lanes are both side by side, one to go out and one to come in. You have to ask yourself, what would happen if there was an emergency, really? If there was a fire, if there was a storm, if there was an accident, you know, what would really happen? You have to go somewhere else. Sorry about that. So what I'm really saying is the density of having that many people in that area, rows of townhouses, is just too much, is really too much. And it's not a safe situation. I know we talked a lot about the entrance and the exit, but the exit onto Cerrillos Road going up through the Days Inn is really a poor choice for an emergency exit. It's a poor choice. So you're really boxing in so many people. I don't know how many people would be in 45 units of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom houses, but let's say there's 175 or 200. That would be some scramble. And I think we're talking about safety and security of our neighborhood. My wife wants to talk about our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren in this neighborhood.
Yes. Besides all our previous concerns, and there have been many, our concern is the influx of traffic coming in here now that you have this impending project going. Then our children can't even play outside and be safe because of all the traffic. People don't stop on the stop signs. So it's not good. It's getting worse every day. And it's going to be worse with this project. Thank you.
Just the last thing I want to say, and probably some neighbors will speak to this, over the last 10 years, there was 3 accidents on Resolana, and they broke down the walls of the houses right there by that area. 3 accidents broke down the walls. I know it didn't come into the to the study, but that actually happened. And I'm thinking that 1 or 2 of those people will speak after me. So thank you very much for listening. And you know, we'd like to invite the mayor and the city council to come down and really look at this area and the concerns we have, because I don't think those drawings really are up to snuff. A matter of fact,
Sir, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you,
Excuse
sir.
me.
And
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yolanda, Tatiana Perez was able to join now. She was on the list and her link wasn't working, so I emailed it to her. Mayor, did we want to go ahead and let her speak?
She was on the list, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, Tatiana, I'm going to go ahead and click allow you to talk, and then you'll have to unmute yourself, and you'll be sworn in first, and then your time will begin. Thank you.
No, just for the record, people are concerned they haven't been called on yet. But
Thank you.
Their names.
Thank you. I'm Tatiana Perez. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let me swear you in, ma'am. Under your perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Tatiana Perez, 1501 Calle del Sur, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. Thank you, members of the City Council, Mayor, Madam Clerk. On behalf of Midtown Neighbors Association, I would like to object to holding this hearing today, the same as we did at the commissioners Zoom meeting. The reasons are clearly stated in the papers that I submitted that I hope you had time to review. The holding of this hearing is illegal because number one, the recommendation from the Planning Commission is in violation of Chapter 14 requirements. One, undisputed fact, this is a C2 commercial zone, general commercial zone. If you look at the chapter, it says it's allowed for adult entertainment, clubs, pharmacies, and other, but not residential. So right there is a violation. Second, you have the authority, the zoning authority for the purposes of promoting health, welfare, and health, safety, and morals. This is against health, as we know, and I have submitted statistics. District 4 is located in the 87507 zip code, which has more than 20% of the COVID-19. So no health here with a project that involves 220 people canned as sardines in a small area in 2.5 acres. This will exacerbate the situation. No health plan was ever submitted at any point. The ENNs were prior to COVID-19, but during the Zoom meeting, which was held in violation of our constitutional rights of due process for lack of notice and opportunity to be heard of about 136 residents who live adjacent or near the area, no discussion as to COVID-19 situation. It's in violation of the Constitution because it says you have zoning authority for the welfare, for the safety. You have heard enough comments about the safety issues. This traffic report, this traffic analysis is lacking a thorough analysis. One of the conditions at the commissioners meeting was that the residents living in La Resolana approve of calming traffic. There is nothing, no discussion as to calming traffic, not at the ENN level, not at the commissioners meeting, because they didn't have any analysis prepared. They couldn't answer the question, though there was that condition. Have the residents of La Resolana sign that they agreed to calming traffic, and they didn't, and I submitted that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Noah, Barbara Higgins, was she able to get on?
I do not see a Barbara Higgins, but I do see Sonia and Mark, and they have asked to speak as well. I don't know if they were on the list, and they have their hands raised, as well as a Francesca.
Yeah, they're both on the list, and we should take them next.
Okay, Sonia, or Mark, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. Please unmute yourself, and your time will begin after you're sworn in. Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me? This is Mark.
Yes.
Let me
Okay,
swear you in, please. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, this is Mark Mira. I live on Calle Resolana 1111. And I'm for affordable housing, but this place is not the right place for it. As been stated, my wall's been knocked down, my neighbor's wall's been knocked down. All three corners has been knocked down since I've been here. It's a blind corner. You know, they did that reanalysis. And if you actually look at the site to your right, the driver literally has to look behind them to see what's coming from the right. And that's not safety. They have sidewalks that are crossing the road. They don't have sidewalks on both sides. It's a very unsafe organization. You know, we're here in Santa Fe. We're talking about quality of life. I've been here for 26 years. A lot of my neighbors on Orienta and even on Resolana, we've been here for over 20, 30, some of them over 50 years on the street. The quality of life, you have a 2-story building, a lot of people on that, you know, it's just, you know, well, what about our quality of life? Monica mentioned she wants to be good neighbors to Days Inn. What about neighbors to us? You know, we're the people, we're their teachers, we're the people that are volunteering, we're the social workers here in the city of Santa Fe. What about our quality of life? Like I said, I'm not against these, but this ain't the right place for it. You know, they got 2-story buildings. You know, it's just not fair for us. They show these pictures on Cerrillos Road. You go any part of Cerrillos Road, there's gonna be even when you go to the Resolana, there's cars. And I have to wait, light turns green, it opens up. They had mentioned only 22 cars in the AM. Okay, so that's maybe 7 during the rush hour. There's not that big a deal if they change it to Cerrillos Road. You know, 7 cars getting onto Cerrillos Road isn't a big deal. because that's what their supposedly engineers said. I talked to an engineer, retired engineer with safety, and he said access through Resalina is very dangerous. It's, you know, there's an S turn, it doesn't change it one way or another, you know, and, you know, we're pretty upset about what's going on. You know, they had mentioned about their traffic analyst that there's no traffic here, which there's not that much traffic. But then at the end of the proposal, they're saying there's so much traffic, they want to give $50,000 for traffic calming on Resalina. Too much, not enough traffic, too much traffic. They can't make up their mind. You know, I wish they would donate the $50,000 to the food depot instead of calming, traffic calming areas. You know, it's just not the right place for it. It's a very dangerous intersection. If you do propose it, have them exit onto Cerrillos Road and this one emergency. I swear, someone's gonna get hurt crossing this street. It is very blind, regardless of how they changed it. And how they changed it, I talked to my neighbor that they bought out. She came to crying.
Thank you, sir. That's unfortunately, that's the amount of time.
Yolanda, the next person is going to be Francesca. Francesca, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. Please unmute yourself and you'll be sworn in and your time will begin.
Hi.
Hi, let me swear you in, please.
Okay.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Francesca Cartas, and I live at 2863 Calle de Oriente. And I want to start out by saying that I do not think that one-day traffic study is at all a clear picture of what actually happens with the traffic in this neighborhood. And I want to vigorously protest the ordinance and ask that you not approve it, because it does affect the health, the safety, and the welfare of our entire neighborhood. I have had to walk up to, let's say, for example, the tire place or the auto place to pick up my car. It's hair raising. It's not a safe area for walking at all. So in addition to that, adding traffic from 45 new households and their cars to an already dangerous intersection, and it is going to create safety issues that extend to the intersection of Siler and Cerrillos, as well as La Resolana and Cerrillos. The changes that the developer has proposed do not adequately address the problems with that section of La Resolana and traffic onto and from Calle de Oriente. The daily traffic is bad enough, but in the event of an emergency in the development, a single entrance exit onto La Resolana could spell disaster. We will also be impacted by the development coming to Siler Park, which will add congestion to the Cerrillos Road, Siler Road intersection. The city needs a better plan than redlighting one area for continuous low-cost housing and homeless shelter developments. I feel that we in this area are not being heard or represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there others who signed up ahead of time?
I believe that was our last speaker. Unless Richard and Marcela Grego are on the line, or Barbara Higgins.
I do not see them in the audience.
Then that concludes the public testimony, sir.
Thank you. We now have opportunities for the governing body to take their questions. If it's possible to use the hand-raising device so I can see who wants to go forward with questions, please let me know when you're ready. I see, let's see. Councilor Garcia, did you have your hand up anew, or is that an old one?
It's new, sir.
Very good. Then you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely, first I want to say, we all know that there are housing challenges in Santa Fe. So looking at developing new housing I commend this potential opportunity. But I do have a great deal of questions that have arisen due to the presentation. I'm very familiar with this S curved section. I mean, I grew up maybe 3 blocks from here walking to the Allsups. So I know how, I've seen wrecks growing up. I've seen walls being torn down. So seeing that there was only 1 wreck in the past 3 years is, I find that very uncommon, because I know that that was a very prone intersection. The 1-day traffic study, my question is, when was that done? What was it done during a Monday? When was the 1-day traffic study done?
I'm
Mayor,
muted. That's a
City
question
Councilors,
for the applicants. Go ahead, Monica.
thank you, Mayor, City Councilors. I'd like to ask Mike Gomez to respond to that question.
Mute me. Hello, this is Mike Gomez. The traffic count was done on August 29th, 2019.
Okay, what day of the week was that, Mr. Gomez?
That was, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but it's typically on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. It's midweek.
Okay, and is there,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I'm sorry,
City Clerk.
August 29th was a Thursday.
Okay. And Mr. Gomez, is there a reason why there was only 1 day of study conducted?
Well, these were, it was a traffic count that was conducted on that date. And typically we go by DOT standards, the New Mexico Department of Transportation. They have a state access manual, which the city has incorporated into their ordinances, I believe. And they require a 1-day count during a typical weekday.
Okay. And I didn't see the numbers. I recall you saying there was low traffic, but I don't recall seeing a number of vehicles passing through that particular street on the graphic you presented.
Okay, on the eastbound on Calle Oriente, in the morning, there were 9 cars making a right and 5 cars making a left. Okay, then going northbound on Calle La Resolana in the AM, there was 115 cars and 0 cars made a right turn onto Calle de Oriente. The PM hours are lesser hours, but it's similar.
Okay, but so you said the northbound traffic on Resolana. What about southbound traffic?
Southbound traffic on Resolana was 98 cars.
So roughly 200 vehicles going north and south on Resolana.
Yes,
And
on
to me,
Collector Street.
And that's considered low?
That is considered low.
What would be considered high for a residential area? Because I know if I had 90 cars passing in front of my house every day, I would say I live in a high traffic area.
Well, I also lived on Avenida de las Campanas, about a block away from this location over there. And in those days, Calle La Resolana was much more utilized than it is today. In those days, you could make a left turn going westbound into Calle La Resolana. Since that time, the DOT has rebuilt Cerrillos Road and they've eliminated those left turn movements. So traffic, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm sure if we compared the old traffic numbers with today's traffic counts, I think traffic has gone down.
Right, and I would agree with you, just because folks can't, if you're going north on Resolana, you can't take a left onto Cerrillos, so that pulls traffic onto other streets, probably Camino Carlos Rey, any other feeder street to Cerrillos Road. So with that, to me, I just think it's low, saying there's low traffic when there's nearly 200 vehicles going through that street on a Thursday is low. I mean, is inappropriate classification.
We have, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Gomez.
Videos of the traffic counts that can be projected on there. And this is.
No, and not, Mr. Gomez, I'm
period.
not calling into question the number of vehicles. What I'm saying is to classify it as low to those residents that live on Resolana, that's not low traffic. When you have nearly 200 cars passing in front of your house every day, that is not low traffic.
Well, in terms of measurements that can be measured, level of service is what we use at intersections to determine if it is congested or not. And it's like your report card. It goes from A to F, including E. These intersections come out as level of service A, which in Santa Fe is a rarity.
Okay, so my next question is, so there's 45 households that are proposed to be developed here. Is that
Right.
correct? So you stated you expect 22 vehicles in the AM, 29 vehicles in the PM. Is that correct?
Yes, during the AM peak hour or the PM peak hour.
How, I don't understand how you arrived at those numbers when I find it hard to believe with 45 households, and unless everybody in that household is living singly, then you're saying that person's going to just leave their house once, not return, but leave their house once. If you have two people living in this dwelling, that means one person leaves and that nobody in the family leaves the house for the rest of the day. So those numbers to me just they don't match up. I find that in a very, very, very low average or projection.
It is not for the day, it's for the peak hour period. And the way these numbers come about is that ITE does studies all around the United States, and they throw them into a database and they put statistics to it, and they come up with curves and ways to go ahead and calculate the traffic. Now, during a peak hour, you got to take into account that people are working different shifts. Some people may be unemployed. Some people may be taking classes. Some people may be on a night shift. There's all kinds of things that happen. Every time that this has been disputed, we've gone out and we've checked it at other locations. And in every case, ITE has been higher than what was actually measured.
Okay, so what would you classify as peak hour? Is that 8 a.m. traffic, 5 o'clock traffic?
The peak hour of the street is from 7:30 to 8:30 on the day that we measured the traffic. And in the PM peak hour, it was from 4:30 to 5:30. So those 20 or so cars are happening during that 1 hour period.
Okay.
So about every 3 minutes, a car would come out or go in.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification on that. Given that you're looking at Cerrillos Road for your emergency ingress, correct? Your access for emergency vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, where do the primary emergency vehicles come from? Which direction? Are they going to be coming from? I think it's Station 4 right there at, where would they be coming from? Because is that going to cause challenges? Are they going to have to go pull a U-turn given the location? And because it would only be a right in, there's not a way to go left. Am I correct?
I think the fire chief is in attendance, and I think he can better answer how they would service this property.
Okay.
Let's see if we can make that happen. Noah who's here to speak?
And if we want to move on and while we get the chief on, that way we're not waiting.
Mayor, councilors,
Hello.
the fire marshal Geronimo Griego is on right now.
And yeah, So could you repeat the question, Counselor, please?
Sure. So Mr. Grego, where is the primary emergency vehicles? What location are they going to be coming from?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thanks for having me here tonight. Just to give you an update on, we have Station 7 that would be coming across Seringo. We have a cut through that is by GCC, Genevieve Community Center. And then we also have a station on Cerrillos, 1751 Cerrillos Road. The 2.3 apparatus that would be called out, but it depends on if they're on in a different district or they may be attending a different emergency. Those are the two primary accesses.
Okay, so it sounds like Station 7 is probably the primary responding entity. And so they would probably rodeo to Avenida de las Campanas to cutting through Resolana, right on Cerrillos, right into the property. Is that am I taking the route correctly?
We actually have a cut through that goes through the Arroyo. It's not a bridge at the moment, but it cuts through the Arroyo, and I think it comes out at Camino Consuelo. We take that quite often, but Station 7 would either come through Zaffarano or the route that you mentioned.
Okay. I just want to make sure that if we move forward with this, it's not going to be an increase in traffic, emergency vehicle traffic through the residential neighborhood, and it doesn't sound like that's the case. The other option for this property is the access from Cerrillos Road. 25 feet do we have streets in Santa Fe that are 25 feet wide?
There's a question for me, sir. I'm sorry.
No, I think this was probably for Eli
or John Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia. The typical street without parking is 25 feet wide. It's 20 feet wide. A typical lane within the city is 10 to 11 feet. On our more localized roads, we have 10-foot wide lanes. On our major roads, such as Cerrillos, we have 11-foot wide lanes.
So with that being said, Mr. Romero, 20 feet, which would give us 5 feet for sidewalks. Could we do a sidewalk only on one side of the road? Do a 5-foot sidewalk, 20-foot road?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, if I get some clarification. So when I was assuming you meant the roadway itself, the asphalt itself. If you're talking about roadway right of way for public roads, our minimum roadway right of way, I believe, is 42 feet. Although in some instances I'm not sure if you're talking about their driveway into their into their circulation area, or if you're talking about public road right of way. But public road right of way is usually 42 feet, and that's with sidewalk and buffer on both sides.
So what you're telling me, Mr. Romero, is anybody who wants to develop property and their streets have to be 42 feet wide?
The streets that are dedicated to the city, public streets, and when I review those, it's typically for subdivisions. Now for internal circulation, that's typically reviewed by land use. So if you're talking about their internal circulation, I consider that to be a bit different.
Okay, so the answer is no, we don't have to be 42. I think so my question is, why isn't 25 feet sufficient?
I think Dan with land use will be able to answer that question.
Dan, you have your hand up. Maybe you can help. And if I'm not entirely sufficient for what exactly, Councilor? I'm not clear what the rest
for vehicle entry.
Okay.
So if we were to say, well, and I'm looking at all options here,
right?
Because what I think, if it's not sufficient for two-way traffic, 25 feet in and out, I guess the follow-up to that would be, would it be sufficient for one-way traffic? So I guess it's a two-part question. Is it sufficient right now for in and out? And if not, would it be sufficient for one-way traffic?
Okay, and are you looking at Dan? Are you looking at John or Eli?
I think land use, John, defer to land use because.
And if I may be able to answer this, Mr. Mayor, Councillor. So in order for two-way traffic, we would need 20 feet of asphalt.
Okay, so.
Excuse me, 18 to 20 feet of asphalt. When you include the gutter pan, that gives you enough room. So of room between curb and gutter, you need a total of 20 feet, and that could include the gutter pan.
And is that for one-way traffic, Mr. Romero, or two-way traffic?
Two-way traffic.
So it is sufficient. If we were able to do the asphalt with a 5 foot, even if we did 20 feet, we can do a 5 foot sidewalk on one side. And I guess the follow-up to that is that allowable? Or why wouldn't it be allowable to have sidewalk, which would be ADA compliant on one side of the road?
Dan's got his hand up, I think, John, if you'd like to let him take a shot at the answer.
Yes, please.
Mayor, members of the governing body.
I think you froze, Dan.
I think we may have lost Dan.
I think his connection went bad.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, so typically you need 9 feet for a driving lane. That's usually your typical lane on a street is each one of the lanes is 9 feet, right? Then you usually have 2 feet for curb and gutter, and then you usually have a 5 foot planter strip and then a 5 foot sidewalk. So if you have more than 9 feet, you could have more than one lane, right? If you have 18 feet in total. So hypothetically, if you have more than 9 feet, then you could just have one lane if you wanted to do that. And if you had 5 additional feet on top of that 9, you could have a sidewalk as well, but you still need to have your curb and gutter.
So question, Noah, with that being said, is 25 feet enough to do 2 lanes with the sidewalk on one side of the road? And if it is, are there any prohibitions from only having sidewalk on one side of the road?
Yes. So yes, that would be enough to have curb, gutter, sidewalk, and 2 lanes, but only one sidewalk on. You'd only have one sidewalk on one side.
Fine, right. But we're meeting ADA compliance with that if we have the sidewalk and we have both lanes. Okay, awesome. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Have we talked with the applicant in regards to even looking at a one-way, right in, right out?
John, Dan, is that something either one of you can address, or Eli?
Mayor, can everybody hear me now?
Yes, you're back with us.
Yeah. Members of the council, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, one of the main reviews that we did before going into the planning commission, we had a long discussion with the applicant as well, is there's a scenario where you have direct access onto a public road, and then there's a scenario where you have to cross somebody else's property in order to get to a public road. Chapter 14 is going to make you build that access between your property and the public road to meet minimum standards, which includes the width of right-of-way, not just the driveway widths, but it forces you to meet those width of right-of-ways. So where the applicant is connecting to Kaila Resolana, there's a condition on the development plan that they either incorporate that area of land that they're crossing into their property so that their property now connects directly to Kaila Resolana, or they would have to request variances from section 14.9 from the infrastructure requirements to be able to waive those width of right-of-ways in order for them to move forward. Since they never asked for variances and it wasn't part of their application, they wouldn't be able to do that now. So those are the requirements with with infrastructure development pursuant to our ordinance.
Okay, and so if they were to move forward, and I'm just trying to think ahead here. Should this be rejected, they would have to then request variances to develop access to the property from Cerrillos Road.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Garcia, they would have to reapply and ask for variances. However, I think that their funding source would probably dry up.
Okay. Somebody, and I don't know if it was Mr. Gomez, I think it might have been Mr. Gomez, mentioned street parking. Were you talking about street parking on Calle Resolana?
Mr. Gomez, were you talking about on-street parking?
Right now, on-street parking is allowed on Calle La Resolana in front of those existing residences out there. Not any of our parking is going to be out there.
Okay, but your comment was in, I think, more so reference. Was it expected that guests or even residences would utilize parking on Resolana?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, no, that is not our intention. All of our parking is on our site. None of it would overflow onto Calle La Resolana. What I was talking about was that the ENN people who currently park on the street feel that they have a difficult time doing it because of all those issues that we talked about. Speeding, crashes, those type of things.
Right.
And that's where a traffic calming program could help the residents out there to slow the traffic down and to reduce make people not want to use Calle La Resolana as a cut through.
Right, understandable, but I think Mr. Gomez, Calle Resolana is already used as a cut through. And I think that's why the state implemented their traffic system, because there was, as you mentioned, there was a lot of traffic cutting through that neighborhood going from Cerrillos Road to Rodeo Road. So I guess this is a question for the applicants. Would you guys be open to creating a only right way system in? So they would enter the property going right off of Cerrillos, and you would only be able to exit the property taking a right onto Resolana. That way the traffic would only impact those businesses that are on the more north part of Calle Resolana and not necessarily feed into the neighborhood.
I think that's for the applicant, and John Romero, you may want to also, if you feel like it, comment about the viability of that, but I think it was addressed directly to the applicant.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor, Councilor Garcia. Using the north access also presents another problem, and that is it brings the Days Inn property out of conformance with their parking requirements. And so that's something else we have on our plate in terms of using the north access for anything other than an emergency exit. In my mind, as a planner, I would feel like we'd need to seek a variance of the parking requirements for the Days Inn property if we wanted to use that as a potential one or two-way access out of the property. The other thing is we don't own that property. It belongs to the Days Inn. That presents another complication with this. We do own the access or the driveway to Calle La Resolana. It is actually a part of the property's square footage. And so that is another reason that would be ideal, an ideal access point for the development. So, I mean, just essentially, I guess the north use of the north is more complicated than we might be seeing here.
Thank you for that clarification. So how is utilizing the access from Cerrillos Road not prohibitive for emergency vehicles? How is it going to not impact or not impact their parking spaces that they have to have? I mean, I see what you said, but what if there are vehicles in those parking spaces? Is that going to stop and prohibit an emergency vehicle from accessing the property? Because to me, it seems like it's a catch-22 in some sense. You know, we can't go through that because Days Inn needs their space, but so I guess further clarification on how does that impact this? I mean, because now it's sounding like it's not even an option. Days Inn needs to be brought into the picture.
Dan, do you have your hand up?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Garcia. One of the issues that would happen here is for them to be able to utilize that Cerrillos Road access, they'd have to stop where they're going. They'd have to go back to the ENN process, request a variance, and then reapply to the Planning Commission to amend their development plan in order for that to occur. There are options to address some of the parking needs for the hotel. Those would be up to the land use director. However, if we were to require them to access the Cerrillos Road access as a primary access, you also have to take into consideration that that is a bilateral access point for not just the Days Inn, but it would be part of the development itself. So the width of right-of-way comes into play in order to achieve those goals, and that's where the variance would take place. They would, that would pretty much, from what the applicants have told me, stop the project.
Okay, but I still didn't get my question answered, I guess. If access off of Cerrillos Road would be emergency only with this current request in front of us, and Days Inn has to utilize some of that space for parking, is there a conflict there? Is there going to be a situation where there are vehicles in those parking spaces that are going to prohibit emergency vehicles accessing the property?
I understand the question, Mayor, councilors, Councilor Garcia. That would probably have to be a question that the fire department would have to answer because of the width of the vehicle and the width of driving space within the Days Inn driving aisle currently. That would have to be answered by them.
Is that something the, Eli, is your hand up to answer it, or is the fire marshal better equipped to speak to that?
My hand, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My hand was up to help direct this question to the fire marshal, but also to suggest that that the parking can be reconfigured along that south and western property line of the Days Inn. That may better be better suited to access by emergency vehicles. Right now, it's angled pull-in parking. There could be a reconfiguring of a parallel parking situation on those spaces to allow both the necessary overall parking for the Days Inn and to prevent a scenario where there may be a patron's vehicle blocking access. But I think the fire marshal could speak to that more clearly.
Fire marshal, could you try to speak to the question about emergency access and the potential conflict with the parking requirements and configuration at Days Inn? You may need to be unmuted.
Mayor, councilors, I think he is unmuted.
John Romero, you've got your hand up while we're waiting for the fire marshal.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, maybe I could take a crack at this question. I think the question is the access to Cerrillos appropriate for day-to-day use by the apartment, and or is it appropriate for for emergency access, and what's the difference? And in my opinion, It can be utilized for emergency access. There is an open aisle for vehicles to get through, even around the existing parking configuration. So I do believe there is, I'd like Geronimo to verify this, but that there is room for emergency access. Now, to put day-to-day traffic in there, make their primary access point through Days Inn to Cerritos Road, I would not recommend, because that would be on a daily basis going right through the middle of their parking lot circulation, where they have patrons parking, walking across it. And so I wouldn't recommend that. I do think there is a big difference for day-to-day access versus emergency access. Emergency access is utilized very infrequently. And as long as it's an unimpeded access point that they can get equipment in, that's what would justify it as an emergency access. But I would not consider it appropriate to have their daily access point through Days Inn parking lot.
Fire Marshal, do you want to, your hand is up as well, but now I believe you're unmuted.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize about that. The councilors and Councilor Garcia, to answer your question, coming from Cerritos Road, my understanding that we have a 20-foot access that leads into a gate that has an opticom that would allow us to make access to the north of the property. The minimum code requirement is 20-foot access for access to the property. Now, it's my understanding that these buildings are sprinklered as well as a requirement by the code for this type of development. So every structure within that development is sprinklered. You're asking about access. The minimum would be a 20-foot access.
Okay.
How you guys would control that, but I think the best way is to stripe that lane all the way through to the gate. But to answer your question, it's a 20-foot minimum access.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Councilor, the applicant has her hand up. If you, she may have an answer as well to your question. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Monica, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Garcia. I just also wanted to reiterate the idea that one of the main reasons that we feel Calle de Solana is a better choice is because of the pedestrian safety going up north. When you have pedestrians interacting with vehicles, backing out of cars, out of parking spaces, the visibility of traffic coming, of pedestrian traffic, perhaps behind a moving vehicle, presents a danger factor for us. We feel strongly about that. I also just wanted to offer to the councilors that there is, if traffic on Calle de Solana is a concern, and I'm the excessive traffic on Calle de Solana and the speeding and the number of cars is an issue on Calle de Solana. There's also a program that the city offers for traffic calming. If 80% of the residents along Calle de Solana agree, the traffic calming might be an option from Cerritos Road to Siringo Road in the form of perhaps a traffic circle or speed humps on the right-of-way at strategic points along the right-of-way. And Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority is willing to participate in funding a part of that, if that might be something that the council might consider.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just don't see how a traffic circle might make this situation somewhat better. I think folks can confirm that traffic circles are somewhat problematic in the city already. And adding it to an intersection that historically doesn't have one, that historically has had accidents, would only contribute to more accidents. I think that's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor. I just wish that the applicant had approached and would have been a good neighbor in regards to the residential area, but also working with the Days Inn to see how they can make it work for everybody. Because it sounds like it went full steam ahead without really approaching the residential neighborhood nor the Days Inn, because it complicates. The Days Inn situation really complicates the situation, because there would need to be variances requested, and I would have thought that would have been addressed beforehand. This, to me, I think looking at Cerritos Road as the primary access, or even having a right in, right out, would probably have been the best scenario for this proposal. Having primary access in and out of Resolana is just going to add to a much more challenging intersection that has historically been a very challenging intersection. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor, at the moment.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you had your hand up next. And then we'll have Councilor Vihil Coppler and then Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Garcia, for helping us explore the Cerritos component of this. I'd like to hear a little bit more. Maybe John, you might be the person to, John Romero, you may be the person to speak with us about this, about potential traffic calming on Resolana, because that does sound like it is a concern for the community. It sounds like that is a bigger issue. Traffic circles have been mentioned, but I know in reading the transcript from Planning Commission that we didn't want to commit to traffic circles. But John, I would really like to hear a little bit more of your insight of what potentially could be done and what you think the impact might be, and how we would look at that process.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. So the way the traffic calming process typically works, it's a program that's funded through speeding citations issued by the police department. A portion of those citations goes into a traffic calming fund. Right now, we do have money in that fund. And the way it works is if someone is interested in traffic calming, they need to meet with us. We lay out the area that they're interested in, and then we give them a list of residences that they need to petition. And they need to garnish 1/3 of the residents along that stretch of road signatures from them for a petition. Once they get that, it shows the city enough interest for us to conduct a study. The reason we have that petition process is, we do have limited resources, and we want to make sure that there is some general interest in it before we expend a good amount of staff time in getting counts and evaluating those counts. So that is the second portion of the process. After that petition, we go out and we do an evaluation. And that evaluation, there has to be, it has to be determined that traffic calming is needed. And basically what that is, there has to be enough speeding, a high number of speeding vehicles, a certain amount of volume, and a certain amount of cut through volume. So based on our study, we're able to determine where that is relative to the thresholds that are established in the policy. So if it meets those minimum thresholds and if it qualifies for traffic calming, we then pull 2/3. It's actually 66% of that subject street. And if there are that many people that are in favor of whatever is proposed, we move forward with that. The options that are available in our traffic calming handbook that are typically used are primarily speed humps. We have placed traffic circles, which are a bit different than roundabouts. We have placed traffic circles in the past, although not in recent time. And we also do things such as chicanes and bulb outs, basically where we kind of induce a meander in the road, or sometimes we'll narrow the road where it's wide with parking. In certain areas, we provide bulb outs. So during the development, before we poll the neighborhood, we would meet with that neighborhood, get their input, and come up with a design that we feel has an overall consensus, and then we poll them. So it could be one of each of those treatments or a combination of those treatments. And then again, after we receive 2/3 vote, then we implement it.
Okay, thank you so much for walking us through that process. So kind of what I'm hearing is that the developer has offered to add up to $50,000 if we go through that process and traffic calming is seemed appropriate. The neighborhood wants it, and we have identified traffic calming measures that we think would actually calm traffic there. Is that correct?
Correct. And so with developments, it's a bit different. So oftentimes either planning commission or council will have done in the past, not oftentimes, what they have done in the past is they'll condition that the developer just place a certain type of traffic calming. And what that does is it circumvents that portion of the process where the neighborhood gets to vote on what they would like to see. Some people don't like humps, some people do, some people don't like traffic circles, some people do, some people question all their effectiveness. So if we were to have a developer do it, there's one or two ways. They could give us the money, and then I guess we'd have to sit on it until the applicant, I mean, it's not until the applicant, until someone from the neighborhood applies for traffic calming. And it'd have to follow that entire process. If it doesn't follow the process, if they don't apply for it, if they don't get enough petition, if it doesn't meet the qualifications, or if they don't ultimately vote for it, then we would have to have a mechanism to give that money back to the developer. Another way we could do it is, since the developer has already obtained a lot of the data, they can develop a traffic calming plan, present it to the neighborhood. If 2/3 of them vote for it, they implement it. If they don't, then nothing happens. And then with a maximum dollar amount tied to that of, say, $50,000.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate you fleshing out that process for us. I would like to hear a little bit more about the visibility studies and a little more information on the changes that were made. I understand that a portion of the neighboring property was purchased and this changed the visibility. Can you explain a little bit more to me about what the visibility issues were beforehand, how that is measured, and why we feel that this, or why the applicants feel that this is an improvement, and why the Planning Commission also thought this was an improvement?
Who are you addressing that to, Counselor?
I'm not sure who can best answer that question.
Well, it may be the
Dan or Monica, would one of you be the appropriate?
applicant's traffic engineer. Mr. Gomez, do you have a point of view on how I think the question revolves around improved line of sight and what's different from what would be different in terms
Yes,
of
and just a bit of understanding for me more of how that is measured, how that you guys came to that conclusion that this is an improvement.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor Cassett. I'll let Mike handle the technicalities of the, of the codes pertaining to visibility. But generally, my understanding is that the 1998 design was basically a 90-degree with Kaila de Solana, and the ability to look down the road from that point, eyesight of a vehicle down the road was not great enough to see cars coming north on the right of way. With the current design, it has changed the angle of the driver's visibility to be able to see far down enough to be able to exit the property safely. And I'll turn over to Mike to see if he has anything else to add to that.
This is Mike Gomez, Mr. Mayor, Councilor. Monica explained it very well right there. The only thing I would add is that these are national standards that the city has adopted by reference to other ordinances. This is the AASHTO Geometric Design Manual, and it is very specific on how you do this, and we follow that. And it's basically to provide enough sight so that you can see a car coming and know that it's safe to pull out. That's the basic premise of it. John may have some other views on that.
Mr. Romero, is there a way to describe, I think what we're looking for is a kind of a qualitative change in the visibility, and therefore the safety issues of safety have been raised as a paramount neighborhood concern. And if this redesign addresses issues of safety, maybe you could give us a sense of qualitatively as well as just meeting AASHTO or other design specs, how this measures up.
Okay, yeah, yes, Mr. Mayor, councilors. So the neighborhood concern regarding visibility, it's a legitimate concern. When the applicant first came in, that was the first thing we had them look at. And when looking at visibility, it's basically two components: line of sight, right, measuring that distance and determining how far that distance needs to be. That distance is based off of speed. Under normal circumstances, we would base it off the speed limit, but under better circumstances, we base it off of measured speed. So that's in fact what we had the developer do. We had them measure speeds out there so we can establish what distance people entering and exiting the driveway would need to see down the road in order to do so safely. The existing alignment was not sufficient. The realignment is sufficient. The original alignment and the existing and the proposed alignment both come in at a 90-degree angle. They just come in at a different location on Kaila Resolana. So the proposed location does provide enough sight distance. And again, with what Mr. Gomez was explaining, the way we determine that distance based off of speed is established by AASHTO. And again, it's a national standard that everybody follows when they perform this exercise.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I do appreciate that information. I'm so sorry. I'm losing my train of thought. Oh, there seems to be a discrepancy in accidents reported versus accidents perceived in the community. I find that concerning, that individuals are telling us that there are accidents happening more frequently. I don't know if anybody has a idea of what's going on here, of why we think that, I don't recall how many accidents that were reported on Resolana in the last 5 years. But it seems that individuals have said in the last couple of years, there's been a few fences knocked down. Any ideas to what's going on with these differences in accident reports from our community versus what we officially have on record? And what is that record that we're getting it from?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, this is Mike Gomez. We use the database that is maintained by the New Mexico DOT. And right now they're in 2017, they're up to the end of 2017. So when there's an accident, typically the police take a report and it goes into their files and gets transmitted also to the NMDOT. And they go ahead and keep a database of where the location is, what type of an accident it was there property damage, was there bodily harm, those type of things. And we're at the mercy of the police and the DOT keeping their database up to date. So that would be the only explanation, is either the police didn't take a report or it hasn't gotten into the database. If it happened last year, it's not in the database.
Mr. Romero, you have your hand up, sir.
Yes, so I appreciate the explanation Mr. Gomez gave, but it makes it sound like a lot of accidents aren't getting into our database or our crash reports. And I don't believe that is the case. Any crash that is reported to the police department does make it on, the police department does create a crash report, and it does make it into our database, into the DOT's database. Sometimes what we do is we pull these crash reports straight from our city police department. Almost every time when we're asked to look at crashes, especially when it's being scrutinized by the community, there's always that discrepancy in perception versus crashes. And to be honest, it happens with speeds too. There's always a discrepancy between perceived speeds and measured speeds, between perceived traffic volumes and measured traffic volumes, between perceived crashes and documented crashes. And it happens a lot, and it's always, people feel that there's more, and I can understand that sentiment definitely, because when they experience it, it's something that they remember. But I do think as far as reported crashes, the crashes that we have documented is the most accurate way for us to assess crashes. There's no accurate way for us to do it based off of perception, because we're just basically taking people's word for it. And a lot of times even the word of that is different. Some people will say there's 20 crashes, some people will say there's 10, and that, it's just whatever they say. So we do base it off of crash reports that I believe are accurate.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I believe those are my questions for the moment. I will yield the camera for the time being.
Thank you. Councilor Vihil Coppler, your hand is up next.
My hand is up, but my mind is blown.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish I could help.
So back to the fire access, fire emergency vehicle access. If the emergency vehicle access is where the developer proposes, couple of things come to mind. One, in the photos that were presented, we saw the lines of parking spaces. Is that the location, Ms. Montoya?
Mayor, Councilor Coppler, Vihil Coppler, yes, that is correct. Those parking spaces are part of the area in which the emergency access is proposed. And another thing I might mention, another complication of using that access is that we only have the days in agreement to use that as an emergency only. They do not agree to anything more than an emergency. And so that creates another complication in utilizing that north access.
Thank you. Well, then I need to get something clarified, and that is that I thought that was presented as an option, as for entry into this development. And within that, did I hear that this area on the chart that we showed is a right of way or an easement, or what is this area?
It's Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, it is platted as an access and utility easement on some older surveys and an older lot of record surveys, but that we believe that it would present a legal problem for us should that be the option that we choose with. And we have never requested the north access through the Days Inn as anything other than an emergency that I recall.
Okay, but then those parking spaces are, am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
I don't know why, maybe it's me. There's a little echo all of a sudden. Maybe you can try again. I was getting an echo from your question.
Okay, so the next question is, if it is indeed an emergency access, it would seem like if there were cars parked there, I've never known a fire ingress egress to welcome that kind of situation, and that is designated fire only access. Wouldn't the curbs have to be painted red? Because what if people just park anywhere? There's a park.
Mayor, Councilor Vihil Coppler, that would be a good question for staff. Something else I wanted to shed some light on, and possibly Geronimo can help me with this, but my understanding is that an emergency exit, the access to the north is essentially an added benefit to code compliance. We meet the code with a single access off of Carleta Solana. And I may be overstepping this, but I believe we meet the fire code even without the north access through the Days Inn property. Geronimo?
Maybe the fire marshal could help us. There seems to be a bit of confusion, or at least a lack of clarity around the the utilization of that right of way, but also I think Councilor Villa-Coppler is asking specifically about the parking spaces that we saw lined out, and whether those would be moved, whether those would have to be reassigned. If that were to be an emergency exit, how did those parking spaces get treated?
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And that was kind of my next question is I thought I heard earlier that the fire department needs 20 feet access. So that would eliminate those parking spaces, wouldn't it?
Mayor, Councilor Villa-Coppler, I see Tom Gifford, who is the project architect, come in. Tom, do you want to answer that?
Mr. Gifford, can you help with the question about what happens with those parking spaces? It's the second or third time it's come up. We had a series of questions about that also from Councilor Garcia, and there's appears to be a puzzlement here about what happens with those spaces, and do they go away? Do they get put somewhere else? And how does that deal with days in requirement for a certain number of parking spaces to stay within their requirements?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. We studied the problem, and you saw from our initial presentation that it's approximately from the edge of the hotel to the south is about 32 feet or so. Fire Marshal has said that we need 20-foot drive aisle, which would leave a remaining 12 feet wide of parking. Now there's a planter on the edge. We feel like after having measured it in the field that there's the ability to do, right now it's diagonal 45-degree parking on the south edge. And that would have to be turned into parallel parking. So we would turn 9 spaces into 5 spaces and maintain the 20-foot access for the fire department. And as Monica said, we feel this is a value add. The way the IFC reads, 2015 IFC, all of our fire requirements would be met with a single entrance off of La Resolana. So this, we feel like, where the concerns about safety and people being trapped in there, we heard the neighbors' concerns and we decided that we would provide this, the ability to exit that area that way. And again, I think I'll add a little to it. I feel like I understand the access, but I feel like that having children and bikes and people who are using that as their primary access, even if there's a sidewalk through a hotel parking lot, is a dangerous situation. And hopefully I've answered the question, and I'm ready to answer any others.
Okay, so maybe I'm confused. Are you saying that that there could be 2 fire entrances? One is the one with the gate, locked gate, and the other one is through the normal request that you have made now, right off Calle Resolana, where everybody comes in and out?
Yeah, yes, Councilor Vigil. And just like any subdivision, the main road would be the main entrance for the fire department. So the road that we're suggesting that comes off Resolana from our property and the newly configured would be probably where the fire department would come in. And we just provided the access out to Cerrillos Road as a secondary, just as a matter of safety. But by code, by IFC code, we do not need that exit to Cerrillos Road for fire department or for the exiting of our units.
Well, then I wonder why are you proposing it? And even with the locked gate and Opti sensor, when you already have one, is that just sort of trying to sweeten the deal? Because you want to get rid of the other one?
We're not trying to sweeten the deal or try to get rid of the other entry. It's that would be just like our entry roadbed meets the requirements of the city for a driveway. It's most likely where the fire department would come in. The reason we have it up north is our neighbors felt like we were trapping, the people were trapped, and you heard that from some of the public testimony. So we said, okay, we'll provide that access to the north, secondary fire access, so that people have, so that the fire department has 2 means of egress. Say a car broke down in our access, the one that comes out to Resolana, That road, that access width is 38 feet wide. If we had an unfortunate accident where a car stalled there and the fire department tried to get in, they would have a secondary access through the hotel parking lot, through the Days Inn parking lot. So, we're just trying to make it a safer project. We're not trying to get rid of anything. We're just trying to make our project a safe project for our residents and for the neighborhood.
Okay, but then back to my question about if it is a fire access only with a gate, don't the curbs have to be painted red?
Is that something that we could hear from the fire marshal? Is that a question that you could answer, sir?
Mayor, Councilor Cobbler, this is Geronimo Grego again tonight. In reference to this, we have to have a 20-foot minimum access. I've seen it happen multiple times where the curb is painted. Ideally, the access to Cerrillos would probably be the best option, but they met the minimum requirement with the 20-foot access. The secondary access is for emergency purposes only on the north side with a Opticom. I think the primary access was off of Resolana. And then we also, again, I think it's a multifamily dwelling unit. If Mr. Gifford can reference that, but if it's a 1 and 2 family dwelling development, then if they have more than 30 structures on the property, on the development, then they would have to have a secondary access. If it's a multifamily dwelling, if it's over 100, then they would have to have a secondary access.
But what about the curb painting issue? Is there some requirement? If there's a 20-foot access, is there some requirement that the counselor's asking about that the curb that exists where they're parking either parallel or at angle needs to be painted red as a fire?
Well, they could have the painted portion, I guess, all the way up to that parking area. It would be a little bit complicated because you're pretty much wrapping those parking spaces with, I guess, fire lane. So at that point, I don't know how that would look from a traffic standpoint, but they can do, I would think, hatching, painting all the way to the end if that's, or like a chevron or some type of painting of the pavement itself. It's not ideally what I've seen in the past, but the curb is something that could be painted up to a certain point. And how that is maintained, it has to be maintained by the developer, I'm assuming, whoever owns that easement. Does that answer your question?
Well, I don't know if it answers the mayor's question, but it does mine.
I was trying to help. I'll get out of your way, Counselor.
Okay, thank you. So how did the Days Inn get to put parking spaces on this utility easement or right of way or whatever? How did they get to do that?
I'm not are you talking to me? I'm sorry.
No, I think that's for
okay.
I think
okay, I'm gonna mute myself. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I think that may go to either to the developer or to a city staff person. I don't know who has the answer to that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Koppler, I've gone back through photos as far back as I can when I was looking and counting parking spaces, and it appears that the Days Inn has, or whatever it was in the past, because all I can see are rooftops, but it looks like they've been utilizing that space for parking for many, many years. I would think that because nobody has actually utilized the easement that is a record, because the property behind it was always vacant, they probably just used that area for what they believe to be needed parking space. If it becomes more of a legal issue between the Days Inn and the applicant to determine who's got more rights to utilize that easement in the manner in which that you were asking for in terms of an emergency access. I'm assuming because they have an agreement for an emergency access, the Days Inn is cooperating, but that parking, along with parking on the applicant's property, which is going away, has been utilized for many, many years. Why, I don't know.
I understand that, but it doesn't make it right. And I understand that also it could be a legal issue, but unless there's action of, what is that called, eminent domain or something, then it is still not their property. So I would kind of discount any of the answers previous. I guess maybe Ms. Montoya, you said that, you'd have to get permission from them. I think they would have to get permission to keep those parking spaces there on property that's not theirs. At any rate, that just makes the decision here probably more viable, because that is some I think an option either way, whether you use it for fire or not. I want to make a point that Calle Resolana is a cut-through street, and it always has been. I know Councilor Garcia said he's been through there, and several of you have probably cut through, and it underscores the need to create the Arroyo de Chamizo crossing that we've talked about in the past and had the work session on. And that would ideally, certainly the fire department, Station 7 uses that now. And if that was the only access point through Sirius Road for the emergency vehicles only, Station 7 would have to go all the way to Sirius Road and make the right turn and get into that access only point. Or if they're coming off Sirius Road, they might have to go further than they need to. I'm not sure. Well, I guess it's news to me that now we have 2 fire emergency entrances. Well, one is the normal entrance, which certainly in an emergency should be used. But I'm not sure then, if we're going to use that, why would we need the other one? I'm not really, that's where I'm not sure why we even went in that direction. I think,
Councilor, you want an answer from Mr. Moreno? I saw a hand up. Ed Romero, you had your hand up. But you're muted. You're still muted.
There we go. So in our discussions with the hotel, in terms of repositioning our easement with them, part of the issue was that they wanted also an emergency access as well. If something happened on Cerrillos Road and they needed to vacate, they could vacate through this emergency access as well. The discussion also was about relocating those parking spaces. We believe that they have enough space there to relocate those parking spaces so that we continue to have a 20-foot easement or access point to get emergency people through that site, and at the same time have enough parking spaces at that site. Tom and I met with the hotel probably 5 or 6 times in discussing this process. We want to have a closed off access from Cerrillos Road, so our neighbors are safe, our residents are safe, and we don't see walk through traffic perhaps. And they wanted the same thing. They didn't want our people to be walking through their hotel complex. So we've been discussing this for the greater part of a year at least. And part of the reason for that access is the hotel wanted to have an emergency access as well. Exit, I guess you would call it on their side, is if something happened on Cerrillos Road and they needed to vacate, they could go through this same emergency access and make their way out to Resolana. In the case that we do have an emergency, I want to point out that we have the same thing on West Alameda, in which we have a similar access. We opened that up in 2008, and it's been used once, but it continues to work. So we're not talking about a lot of traffic. We're hoping to never use this gate. But in the event that something bad happens on Cerrillos Road, Days End could go through our site. In the event that something happens off of the Resolana side, we could use that entry point. We added it strictly as an additional amenity to the property to address concerns that our people would be trapped in there. I hope that answered the question. But again, we can ensure with the hotel that there will be 20-foot access to that site, that they will not park within that easement process. We have not enforced that rule. We've only owned this property for, like, I want to say a year and a half. And the prior owner did enforce it to a certain degree. He put up some fencing, but he didn't really enforce it.
Thank you. I just heard, though, that those parking spaces that we're talking about were going to be turned into parallel parking spaces.
They could be, as long as we continue to, I'm sorry, they could be as long as we continue to ensure that there's that 20-foot access.
So with regard to traffic calming, you know, whatever way this goes, I think the Resolana neighborhood should know that they can, following John Romero's guidance, they can have traffic calming either way. I don't think that they should walk away saying they're not going to get it if this is disapproved. But you know, they would have to follow the steps for that. So who's gonna, if there's a new gate and sensor, who's gonna pay for that?
The development would, the developer, we would.
Okay, and back to the 28 and 29 cars and all that discussion. I didn't really hear where are they coming out of? How are you getting this? I don't see what you're comparing to, because you've indicated there's 45 units. Let's just say there's 2 cars per unit. How could you determine that those 29 cars are going to come out of a unit that's not built yet and not studied yet?
Mr. Gomez, is there a way in which you ascertain the peak hour exit and return, even though the units haven't been built yet?
Yes, this is Mike Gomez, Mayor, Councilor. The total traffic is based upon ITE studies. The way we go ahead and model the turning movements are based upon analogy at other locations in this immediate area. So we went to Calle de Oriente and looked at their existing movements. About half of them make a left, half of them make a right. Those type of numbers are used to go ahead and project to this location here as to what direction they would turn, left or right or through. And they can change. Traffic changes every single day. It's not going to be the same every single day. But the results are still the same, is that we have levels of service A at that intersection.
Thank you. So back to the discussion that Councilor Garcia was having regarding this exit through Cerrillos Road and the Days Inn. And we talked about the width of the street and such. You know, I think I've always heard that when the streets are narrower, the traffic slows down. The wider the street, the faster the traffic goes. I certainly know that from where I choose to speed. So, and where I see others speed. And that's true. I mean, it's a psychological thing. So I don't think it's so bad to have a narrower street for an ingress egress, and turning right out of a development and only right is not a bad thing. And I think Ms. Montoya, in another development you presented to us on Rufina, you gave high accolades for only being able to exit one way. And I think it was right or left, I don't know. Anyway, so, I mean, it's not a bad thing. And I think it gives a little bit more control over traffic. It makes a neighborhood happier because, you know, the traffic is directed one way. I see a happy medium here. I think the program is a good program. Anytime we can get housing for folks that's badly needed, we should. And I also understand the concerns of the neighborhood, but there's, you know, 2 people have to give. And if you can have an access point for the development and those residents within to exit without, enter and exit without unduly impacting the neighborhood. And that's an option, although I know you may need to go for variances. Maybe there's a shortcut. I know we have some very bright people in planning and land use. Maybe there's something that can be done to cut the time involved there, but to me, it's a happy medium, and it solves many things that not everybody gets everything they want. So I'll yield the floor, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Villarreal, you are next with your hand up, followed by Councilor Rivera.
And thanks to the public for your input, the testimony on Zoom, and also the emails that we received. I think it's just helpful to understand the concerns and also hear about the support for this development, and just some respectful comments and concerns about emergency access and traffic flow, etc. When we do receive comments from people about how they think low or limited income housing equates to crime, that's not only false, but it's straight up discrimination. So I don't feel like those comments are very respectful. I do respect the other comments that really kind of wanted to understand the traffic issues and sidewalks and infrastructure. So I guess some of the questions I had for staff, just for clarifying purposes, is there was a question from Mr. Martinez about the funding source that was allocated through our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I was hoping that Alexandra Ladd was still on so she could clarify that point and the timing around that. And my understanding was that funding source was contingent on the approval of this development, and it's also a timing thing. So maybe Alex Ladd can elaborate on that for us.
I don't think she's still.
Mayor Weber, members of the council, Councilor Villarreal, the project awarded $200,000 in Affordable Housing Trust Fund or recommended for award by the Community Development Commission. This is how we allocate all of our housing funds, through a competitive RFP process. The RFP process begins in February because it takes a while to get everything in place, and we have to comply with HUD's mandated planning and reporting deadlines. So we bring all of the contracts funded both through CDBG and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is local funds, together at once. So there was no, let me put it this way, and as Councilor Villarreal, as you know better than anybody, these applications are very detailed. This project had to demonstrate a high quality in general, but also a high level of leverage, because what's important is that we are investing these funds. The intent is to raise private capital from other sources. And with the tax credit award that this project received, plus the other capital that is going into this project from the Housing Authority and from lenders, we're looking at about, for every $1 of city funds through this process, about $50 will be invested from private sources. So I would urge the council that any delays in approving this project will directly jeopardize that leverage and that source of financing. So it's really important to consider that tonight.
But Ms. Ladd, if this particular development wasn't approved, then they wouldn't get the Affordable Housing Trust Fund grant, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The funds would be unofficially but officially clawed back.
Okay.
Call
So,
it that. They aren't awarded in that case.
thank you for that. Yeah, it's a weird timing thing for our grants, as Alex just explained. We approve them in February, but we don't allocate them until a development is approved or we find out the status of that. So just to clarify for that. Mr. Laragoita talked about why the zoning. Well, first he asked about zoning, and I'm just curious, can land use remind us what the zoning used to be and when did it change?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the zoning reverted back at the time the ordinance was adopted where this condition was in place. It was originally commercial to start with. The previous applicants went to convert that commercial property to residential. And that got approved. Then the condition got put in place. They couldn't get rid of the condition. So they went back to commercial and requested a zoning and a development plan for storage units. Today, C2 districts tend to be more optimum for developers to build apartment complexes because they're not limited to a density requirement like an R1, R2, R29. They're performance-based. So you can have as many dwelling units as you feel you can develop on a piece of property, provided you can meet the infrastructure requirements of Chapter 14 and the rest of the city code with all the other departments. So a C2 district is actually more optimum for apartment and multifamily than your basic R1, R2, R29, or R21 districts. So the ordinance change did happen at the same time they went for the zoning to convert it back to commercial. So it went from commercial to residential, back to commercial.
Thanks for the clarity on that. And just to clarify for Mrs. Perez, she was quoting I'm not sure which part of the code saying that C2 did not allow for housing. Can you clarify for us what C2 does allow in terms of residential development?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Villarreal, C2 districts allow for multifamily development. They do not, and they prohibit single family development. Unlike the business capital district, which does allow for single family development in a general commercial or a C2 district, single family residential is prohibited, but multifamily is allowed subject to a development plan.
Thank you for that. And then I guess I'll just close with the idea of the traffic calming. I think that's going to be necessary. And I think it's pretty obvious that the neighborhood would like to see something put in place. And so, Mr. Romero, can you answer the question? Based on the data that has been collected already, would you say that it meets the thresholds that would be required for traffic calming?
I haven't evaluated it for that purpose. I'd have to, again, determine how much of that is cut through. I don't think they would get a very high amount of speeding points because the speed study that was done didn't show an excessive amount of speeding. But we could look at that after the fact. Again, we would need 2/3 of confirmed signed approval before we could put anything in place.
I would bet that you'd probably get that. And you did say the speeding, you would have to redo the speeding assessment though, right? You do the speeding assessment again, and then you'd also do traffic count again, correct? You wouldn't use old data? You would do fresh anew?
We'd probably use the old data. Unless there was a reason why that data was not valid, but it's probably more valid than any data we could get now because of the current pandemic.
Okay, so based on what you just said, so if you eliminate what you said, the speeding might not be one of those factors, but the actual number count, do you think that if you were able to get all the signatures needed, that they would be able to move forward with the traffic calming option?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I wish I could give you a definitive answer, but I cannot at this point without performing the evaluation itself. So I don't know if they would qualify from a number standpoint.
even though you already have the data? You just said you would use existing data.
Yes, if you can move to the next question, I could crunch those numbers now. It might take me about 15 minutes to 30 minutes to get that accomplished. But again, I haven't done the study. It's not only obtaining the data, but then we got to compare that up against different things to do the formal study. And I have not done that at this point.
Okay, thanks for that piece. That's what I was trying to ascertain from what you were saying. And so from the developer, there's a $50,000 commitment to do some sort of traffic calming.
Monica? Oh, Monica, is there a $50,000 commitment from the developer on the table to help with traffic calming? Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, I understand that there is a commitment to make some a contribution. The $50,000 is an amount that I am not sure about. I might refer that to Ed.
Ed?
We did make that commitment at the planning commission meeting, and we would anticipate doing that. We'd love to do it before we even started construction on the project.
Thanks for that. I think I don't know if that needs to be a condition.
Sally has her hand up. She may be able to illuminate this question.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors, Councilor Villarreal. I pulled up the findings of fact and conclusions of law from the Planning Commission meeting, and they did make the final decision on the development plan, and it includes a couple of conditions. And the relevant condition here, I can read it to you. So this is a condition. So if this development plan approval is only effective if the ordinance amendment is adopted tonight, but if that happens and this development plan has been approved by the Planning Commission, the condition says the applicant shall work with the Traffic Engineering Division to poll residents of the Calle La Resolana between Siringo Road and Calle de Oriente regarding the desirability of traffic calming measures. And if 2/3 of the residents vote in favor of a particular traffic calming measure, the applicant shall contribute to such measure in an amount not to exceed $50,000. And that was an amount that was agreed to by the applicant at the Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Paez, for that clarity. So I guess contingent on crunching the numbers, as John says, that there should be some sort of process that the neighborhood can participate in to get look at what traffic calming would entail. I know it's not cheap to do speed humps. We've tried that in other places and not all neighbors agree with that either. But I think in this case, the numbers of cars show that there is a need for some kind of calming. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councilor Rivera's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Fire Marshal Griego, does this development require two means of ingress and egress?
I think you're still muted, sir.
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Rivera, this is a multifamily dwelling development, and if there's not a requirement for it to have a secondary means of egress from that standpoint, coming from the International Fire Code.
All right, so why is it being proposed here? Maybe the developer can answer that.
Is that something, Ed, either you or Monica would want to address? Ed, you
Sure.
A little bit.
You know, as we knew we had the easement through the north side of the property, we didn't particularly like sending kids through a hotel parking lot. We talked with the Days Inn and let them know we were going to enforce our easement. We heard from the neighborhood strongly several times about they didn't want, what if something drastic happened there and we would trap our residents. We feel strongly about our safety of our residents. We felt that this was just another add-on to make it a little bit safer for our neighborhood, the same way that we are, again, committing to traffic calming. We want a very safe neighborhood for our clients.
Now, Fire Marshal Grego, I keep hearing that the emergency access can be accessed both ways. So a means to get out, a means to get in, but really it's controlled by Opticom, which only you have access to, the fire department has access to. So how would that work?
I can only speak for the fire department. The Opticom, if it's using it as a secondary access for the residents, I would not be able to speak on that. But the Opticom itself, as you are aware, we'd be able to access it from both ends in case of emergency.
So it's only accessible by fire trucks and ambulances.
I guess that's my understanding, but I know there was a request for secondary access to Cerrillos for the development, but the way it was proposed was an emergency access.
Well, emergency access would be just that. Fire department, ambulance, nobody else would be able to use it. Otherwise, it would be just a thoroughfare. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the parking lot spaces at the motel, you already have to have access to the motel, correct? For fire and ambulance?
We already have to have access, yes, sir.
So if this were approved, would you share the one road access to both, or does the motel still need its own access?
Okay, can you clarify the question again? I'm sorry.
So the emergency access road that's being proposed, would that serve both the development as well as the motel?
Yes, sir. We would utilize it for both purposes. I think there is two southern accesses on the Days Inn itself, and then we would access around the building from one point and to the northeastern portion of the building from another access. I believe in maybe the developer, or if there's a representative from Days Inn, can specify, but there was an access on the north side that, with development in the area around Siler where the light is at, one of the accesses was closed off at some point in the past, but I can't clarify that. But to answer your question, we would access the development for emergency to come, provided, and by the IFC 2009, it's not full. But the primary, and then we'd also utilize that for the Days Inn.
So they wouldn't need to really change parking at all if you're going to use the emergency access that this development creates. They'd have to move them, but not really change them.
I'm unclear as far as the question goes. Are you talking about the alignment from where it's at now, or are you talking about the amount of parking spaces totaled?
I think they showed 8 or 9 parking spaces that were closest to Cerrillos Road. That they're saying if they put the emergency access in, those would have to become parallel parking. But if you're going to use the same emergency access route, those parking spaces could remain. They just have to be moved closer to the motel building.
Ideally, the fire department would like to have a straight shot at it. The alignment would be from the gate to Cerrillos Road. I don't have a picture in front of me. I don't know if the applicant can provide that to me, and maybe we can clarify a little bit more of the question. But hopefully that answers your question.
That's okay. Now, as far as traffic calming goes, you're familiar with the ordinance that regulates traffic calming?
All right, I'm sorry, Counselor, are you asking the fire marshal or John? Who are we addressing?
Let's start off with Fire Marshal Griego.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Question is, are you familiar with the traffic calming code and I guess the follow-up, how it might impact fire service or emergency service?
I am not familiar with the traffic calming code, sir.
All right, Mr. Romero, do you know if in the traffic calming ordinance, do you know what Calle Resolana is designated as, priority 1, priority 2, or priority 3?
I'm looking that up right now. I do not believe it's designated as a priority route. The priority routes I see in that area are Richards, and then I forget the name of the street, the one that comes across from Yawuth. Those are the two emergency 2 routes that connect to Siringo Road. And none of the other connections are designated as emergency routes.
All right, so they would be free to put traffic calming if they met the requirements?
Yes.
All right, and then just looking at safety at that means of access off of La Resolana, it seems like a really odd turn if you're coming off Cerrillos and you're turning in. Is there any way to really look at Councilor Garcia's suggestion to only have a right in, right out?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, the only way to effectively do that is to physically eliminate that action. And in order to do that, we'd have to build a median, which would be difficult on a small residential street like this. Putting signs, I don't believe would legitimately prohibit people from making a left out. If we were able to legitimately physically prohibit people from making a left out, a lot of times it still doesn't alter their driving behaviors. If they're trying to get across town and they're trying to go through a certain area, what would end up happening is they could make a right out and then they try to make a U-turn at the nearest driveway and then still go the way that they're trying to go. So we've noticed, especially early on, when I was trying to manipulate driver behavior by access control, I could not manipulate where they were trying to go and how they're trying to get there. I just kind of made them go about it, and sometimes more of a circuitous, actually not as safe of a direction. So again, like here, I could see them making a U-turn right there in front of that Performance Tire and Wheel Shop, and then just go about their business. Same thing if we prohibit a left in, I could see them trying to make a U-turn at Calle de Oriente, even if they have to make a 3-point turn to get in off of Cerrillos Road.
Okay. So Fire Marshal Griego, if it stayed the same, just open to either direction, how hard or easy would it be to get the ladder truck coming off of Cerrillos turning left onto this development?
Well, they'd have to have a 28-foot radius for the inside access to that turning.
Okay.
It'd probably be pretty tight, but I don't have the to verify that turn.
Okay.
I think I don't know how traffic they're set for larger trucks for those areas.
All right, Dan, if this were any other project besides one that's coming close to the funding mechanisms being met, what would be the normal process for a recommended change?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Rivera, because they didn't advertise this as part of their ENN originally, there were no variances requested. They would start over. They would start from an ENN. They would go back to the Planning Commission to amend their development plan. And unless the council pulled the development plan for review and approval, it would stay at the council level. I mean, the commission level.
All right, so we bypass the normal process because of the timeliness of everything that's going on.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I understood that.
Because of the funding sources kind of being in jeopardy, we bypass some of the process. normal process, I guess, that you just described?
If I understand the question, you are asking whether or not you can create the circumstance that would bypass a variance criteria through this mechanism, through this process right now? Is that what I'm hearing? That you're bypassing the planning commission if you guys voted on choosing to force an access through Cerrillos Road?
Well, you described the normal process, and this doesn't seem to be following that.
The normal process would technically be if the application came in with variances requested, then we would have processed that through an ENN. They would have been able to make an application. We would have evaluated the variance based on the variance criteria and made a recommendation to the planning commission for meeting those standards. Because they never requested a variance, the normal process that they requested was to utilize that access only for emergency purposes. But their whole development plan was designed to utilize the access off of Calle La Resolana, as opposed to an access utilizing a means of ingress-egress from Cerrillos Road. So it's not just that they didn't request the variance to widen the width of right-of-way in order to achieve those goals. They also mainly designed their development plan to utilize access off of Calle La Resolana. So they'd have to take a look at those issues relevant to the development plan to make sure that their designs, their traffic patterns within the development are going to be able to utilize that access, including signage, since they would need to provide signage off-site that would probably be required to have another variance in order to address the issue of access into the property or exiting the property.
We have hands
Maybe
up from both an assistant city attorney and a land use director, maybe to clarify an answer. Sally, do you want to take first bite at the apple?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Weber, councilors, Councilor Rivera. I just wanted to chime in and say that the process followed here is normal and follows a normal process, assuming that the development plan can be approved as proposed. So what they're requesting to do complies with all of the requirements of Chapter 14. So there's no need for a variance with their proposed development plan, assuming that the governing body does approve this amendment to the zoning ordinance. So the only thing that's preventing them from going forward with their proposed development plan is the condition attached to this prior zoning ordinance. And the only process to change that is to ask the governing body to change it. So if they wanted to use the other access onto Cerrillos Road as a primary access or a main access point, that would not comply with Chapter 14 and would require a variance, because you normally can't do a one-lane road. Our code doesn't really provide for anything narrower. So I don't know if that helps. And I don't know if Director Isaacson wants to chime in.
Elias, if I understand correctly, Councilor Rivera was saying, did this process follow the normal route? The answer is yes, but it didn't follow the route for a variance because they didn't ask for a variance.
Correct.
That's absolutely correct, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, you have the camera still.
Yeah, just one final question. I was going to see if the developer had any turning templates off of Resolana into the new development, and if you could share those, or someone could share those.
Monica or Mr. Gomez, is there the term you use, Councilor, is a turning template?
Yeah, turning templates.
That would be directed to Mike.
Mr. Gomez, do you have any turning templates?
We do not have any turning templates into the project. That would be a part of the detailed design, and that's being done by another engineer, not by us.
Okay. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I know Counselor Garcia had his hand up for another set of questions. I also see that Counselor Romero Worth has her hand up and she hasn't yet had a chance to speak.
I just have a quick question, Mayor,
Go ahead then, please.
to Sally. So Sally, if the Planning Commission, as part of their conclusions and findings and facts and conclusions of law, use the word shall in requiring traffic calming, does that override our rules, our traffic calming program? I mean, do they have to now do that? Because the Planning Commission told them to?
Thank you, Councilor Romero. It's a good question. I didn't actually at the Planning Commission stage know the full scope of the requirements from the Public Works Department in terms of which projects would qualify. Certainly it was known at that time that it would require the 2/3 poll and that this maximum amount was 50,000 and that the requirement was to work with the traffic engineering division to do the poll. The way I read the condition is that they need to make a good faith effort to work with the traffic engineering division. And if it meets all the requirements and they get the 2/3 vote of the residents in the specified vicinity and they agree to a traffic calming measure, and this can be done with the $50,000 and whatever else we can do. I mean, so I think it depends on it being feasible is how I would read it. They have to work with traffic to try to pull it off.
Yeah, it's interesting because you use the word shall and you have to work and you cite some of the things that are traffic calming rules, but certainly to Director Romero's point, you know, it doesn't say anything in there about meeting the numbers in terms of speeders and cut throughs and that kind of thing. That provision is, you're silent on. So it's sort of interesting whether what the Planning Commission decided overrules our traffic rules. I just throw that out there. It's all I wanted to know.
It's a great question. I think in my view that they would still have to meet the requirements of our rules. And if it can't meet the requirements of our rules, I don't think it can go for it. I mean, that would be my interpretation. It's drafted a little bit inartfully. It was something that was decided late at night. It was probably drafted by me without a full understanding of all of the underlying rules and added at the last minute. So.
Thank you. Counselor, let's see, Counselor Abeda's got his hand up, and Counselor Garcia, do you have a quick round or another detailed round?
I'll defer to Counselor Abeda and then I'll go right after him. That's okay.
Thank you. Counselor Abeda, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Counselor Garcia. So we're being requested to adopt an ordinance, amending an ordinance. Does this have to be sponsored by a member of the governing body, or can anybody bring forward an ordinance amendment? And was there a request to publish title and general summary, or is this a different process altogether because this is a land use related case?
Perhaps the Assistant City Attorney can address that.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilors, Councilor Abeta. There is a provision in the code that speaks to amendments to prior approvals and describes how the amendments to prior approvals can be made by the body that makes those approvals. Additionally, with zoning ordinances, typically they don't have a sponsor. I don't think it's necessarily precluded, but we haven't done that in the past, even for like original zoning ordinances, because it really comes on recommendation by the Planning Commission through a separate process. So there is a different state law that governs rezoning ordinances, and there's separate code provisions that govern it. And that, I think, in addition to the provisions that speak to amending prior approvals and that it's done by the body that made the prior approval, I think that this has been the process that we've followed in the past before I worked here, as far as I can tell from the records of previous cases, and certainly since I've been here.
Okay, and then this question is for Mr. Esquivel. Did I hear you correctly that it sounds like the condition regarding restricting use of Calle Resolana to emergency access only was originally put on because the property was going to be developed commercially. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, that was adopted as a part of a mini storage unit that reverted from residential to commercial. That's how that condition got implemented.
So the concern at the time could have been, well, Calle Resolana is primarily a residential, it serves a residential neighborhood. And since this isn't a residential development, it should be restricted. Thus, maybe the thinking was that had it been residential back then they wouldn't have had this condition put on it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Abeyta, I could not find the previous minutes to when this piece of property was being proposed as a residential development. But in the minutes for the change, it did indicate that the applicant was unable to remove specific conditions and went back to commercial and then included the development plan for mini storage units. So it implied that the condition, even when they were moving forward prior to, was still in place, not being able to access Calle Resolana, and that condition seemed to have moved forward to the condition for the mini storage units.
But was the mini storage units, is that where it first, when the condition first came up, was it because it was going to be a commercially developed property?
That's as far as I could find it, yes. And that's where the access easement was actually located, on the curve as opposed to off the curve. So there was a different circumstance when that condition was being put in place as opposed to today, where they've actually moved that access easement south from its original location.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I believe Counselor Garcia is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question, I guess, John, because we've been talking about traffic calming and the applicant's proposal to put forward $50,000 towards that effort. What does that get? I mean, would it get 2 speed bumps? Does it get you a half a traffic circle? What does $50,000 purchase the residents in some senses and for traffic control?
If you can give me 1 second, I'm gonna get traffic circles. We have not done that for quite some time. So I don't have an accurate price for that, but I can get you one for speed humps. Actually, $50,000 should be more than sufficient to place speed humps along that entire corridor. One of our more recent projects, we were able to place almost 19 speed humps. We wouldn't be able to fit that many here, but for that was around $60,000. So we would be able to be, I would say, to traffic calm this in a manner that the neighborhood wants.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Like I said, don't have a history in that, and I know how sometimes costs can be inflated, and $50,000 might be able to buy you half a speed hump. Ms. Ladd,
Councilwoman Villarreal has to that point.
So
Sure.
the developer, I thought, was the 50,000 commitment, but there's also funding from the citations that Mr. Romero included. He said there's some other funding source too. So it's a combination, I thought. That was my understanding.
I think he identified another source, but it sounds as if there were a case for speed or traffic calming and speed humps were the preferred option. Based on what John just said, there's $50,000 would take care of the entire stretch of road. Back to you, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the thing that makes this so challenging is that we direly need housing here in Santa Fe. And I think it's evident because they were awarded resources for this project. And I think that's where I keep coming back to how can we make this work for everybody? Because I think it's in some instance, everybody's got to give a little. So Ms. Ladd, what happens if we do not approve this tonight? Can the applicant come back with a new proposal and apply for those resources? And hopefully it works for everybody.
Mayor Weber, members of the council, Councilor Garcia, the competitive nature of the tax credit financing is really almost not replicable. There is no way to, if this funding deadline, this underwriting deadline is missed to get this project started, there will be at least, I can't even, I mean, the funding cycles once a year. It's so competitive. It's very unlikely that the project would be back in the pipeline anytime soon.
Right. Okay. So I think that's what's so challenging about this, is that it, in some senses, the cart was before the horse. We approved the resources a couple hours ago, and now it's contingent on the resources being awarded with this ordinance being amended. And go ahead, Ms. Ladd.
Yeah,
sorry, Councilor Garcia, to interrupt, but the resources that were awarded were the local resources in the amount of 200,000. The tax credit resources, which are the ones that are very competitive, are the whole project cost is $10 million-ish. The tax credits are about $6 million. Those are awarded through a federal program through the Treasury Department, administered through the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. So the council, the city council, had absolutely no role in the most of the financing.
Right. Okay. So with that being said, the cart was being put in front of the horse by the applicant, hoping that we would approve this, thus making the project move forward. Am I understanding the process correctly? Because I hate to slow this project down. That's the challenging thing. We need housing here in Santa Fe.
Ed, can you illuminate something about how this traditionally, I think there's a question about, and it goes back to an earlier question by Councilor Rivera as well, is what is the norm here in terms of getting the funding and then getting the project approval? How is it usually done?
So your normal process is you find a piece of land that is zoned correctly. When we bought this land, we thought it was C2. We thought it had no other restrictions. We only found out about this ordinance probably, I want to say, in October or November, some point after we already had one ENN. We believed we bought a piece of land that was eligible to build what we built on it. Then this ordinance came out of nowhere, which said, hey, here's your zoning, but your zoning privileges on this lot go away, but the ordinance stays on forever, which is kind of a weird process. But anyway, we scout land around the city. We look for opportunities for where we score well, and we score well. We are a great housing authority. We've done 8 projects, and the reason we continue to get projects is because we deliver on what we say. So we did a lot of due diligence in this. We talked with a hotel. We talked we unfortunately had some bumps with the neighborhood when we had the initial meetings. They said some things, perhaps I said some things back, and it got derailed a little bit. But we always believed that we had the right to build units in a C2 piece of property. So we go in and we apply. So this application went in January 2019. I believe at that time there were probably 14 applications. 5 got awarded. Ours met many criteria. One, in that the location of the property, in that you could walk to jobs, you could do lots of other things. The quality of the buildings that are built, the density, the fact that we can make this thing float. We can pay for a private loan, which is about $3 million on this property, out of cash that we can demonstrate comes from this property. And so it's a combination of all those things that place us in a position to win. So we win this project under those kind of scenario. As we move forward, then at some point in the future, we found out about this ordinance, which complicated the process, made us go back to have a second ENN to start this process up and move forward. in a normal process, we would have known that we believed that we had zoning that worked on this particular piece of property. We've never really liked the northern exit through a hotel. We don't believe that children should be walking through hotels, through the Ritz-Carlton, much less any other kind of hotel. So we feel strongly that it needs to go out through the other side. We understand that the neighborhood has issues, but nobody likes us. Nobody wants a new project in their neighborhood. And that's the unfortunate thing. We believe this is a good infill project, and that's why we pursued it. Unfortunately, because we've been backed up and then we got hit with the pandemic, that's where we sit right now, is that we've got to start construction, or we lose potentially the funding. And even worse, we could lose our equity team. So our equity team, and bear with me for a minute as I explain this process. The equity team is the team that gives us the funds that gets the tax credits in this project. Usually those are banks or insurance companies or corporations that make some money. And they use this as a way to meet their CRA requirements in the city. So they purchase into these projects. Well, looking forward, I'm not sure that, the equity price that we obtained from this particular equity provider came in at 94 cents. Right now, the new equity prices are dumping down to 82 cents for new projects in New York City, and New York City was getting like $1.04. A penny means roughly $100,000. So that's the other process. If we lose this equity team by not closing as well, we're now down at 82 cents, and I've got $1.5 million hole. So it's a combination of a lot of things, balls that were moving. It wasn't that we put the cart before the horse. We truly believed that we had the cart and the horse in the right place. And then out of nowhere came an ordinance that took some digging to find. And we didn't know. I mean, we dug into this when we purchased this property and did our due diligence, and it just was not there. So that's why we are where we are today. I hope that answered your question.
It did, Mr. Romero. I really appreciate that with the, the historical context. But it's challenging to see that for some reason, the ball was dropped somewhere. And I guess the question is, can you go back to the person who awarded the resources to you to let them know of the situation, that there was this complexity that came out of nowhere, and it's an extenuating circumstance, and if there could be some type of agreement for an extension to be made? Have you had those conversations?
We had those conversations as soon as we found out about the ordinance. And that's where our drop dead dates are what are coming up upon us. So yes, that was one of our first concerns. In winning the application, we have to notify them of any instance in which our project does not continue down its path. So we did have those conversations as well. The issue is they can't leave this money out forever, because we're now a 2019 application. That tax credit money, I believe, has to be used by 2021, which means you have to build your project, have it occupied, and have tenants meeting the qualification living in them. So if our project were to need to be extended, I could see the MFA would have to step way out of their normal operations, and there would be people on the sidelines looking for those that were perhaps the 7th place team that deserve these applications. If I can't do it, it goes to 7th place. And then I've got to come back and hope to have a project that works, at some point in the future.
Okay. I think, but have you asked for an extension to 2022 to put people in homes in 2022?
No, we have not asked for an extension. We don't anticipate at this point them allowing it. What they would do is say, okay, let's go to number 7. And we would give this money to Carlsbad or Albuquerque. Albuquerque is getting all of these deals significantly. We have one around the corner, which was on Siler Road, the Siler Yards project.
But I think that project came in for credits 2 or 3 times before they won. So our deal is we've done 8 of these projects over the last 10 years. We are good at what we do. But you're only as good as your word. If we turn this back, I would anticipate it being more difficult to do these deals in Santa Fe again. For us.
Okay. Alex, you have your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to reiterate that this project is really kind of a unicorn in that it is offering a multi-income tiered project with set aside units for very, very low income renters, but it's in a townhome kind of design, which is really unheard of. Most of these projects are sort of what you consider the more typical apartment complex. And so for families, this is really important. It gives them a little bit of breathing space, a little bit more room for more people, a little outdoor space. So, I think we don't see these very often. This is a really great project, and you can rest assured that because it was funded through this highly competitive process, it has to be high quality, and the affordability is monitored every year. And if they aren't in compliance for any reason, then the funds will get clawed back. They will have to pay back the money. So it's, this is a really big deal. And Mr. Romero is being very truthful when he says that because it's so competitive and it's such a powerful funding tool, if he, for any reason, even suggests that he's not going to be able to use it on time, the MFA will, there's so much demand, they'll have 5 other projects ready to go that they will redistribute the funds for.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Knight. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. 2 more hands have come up. Councilor Vihel Coppler, followed by Councilor Cassett Sanchez, and I'm mindful that it's 10:45.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, I want to understand for sure, this development really has already been approved. We are only being asked to remove the condition of the emergency access. Is that right, Sally?
Sally, can you clarify what the issue is that's in front of us tonight?
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Councilor Vihel Coppler, that is correct. The development plan was a final action of the Planning Commission. It has not been appealed. I don't anticipate it'll be coming before you. It is contingent upon this amendment to the zoning ordinance, and the only issue before you tonight is whether or not to remove condition number 5, which limits access onto Calle La Resolana to the emergency access only.
Thank you. So apparently the concern from the neighbors has been that the emergency access off Calle Resolana should remain because they don't, because of the curve situation, and then just the ongoing traffic having egress and ingress there for this 45 unit complex. So the other question I have is, I know this, it appeared out of nowhere, but yet isn't that gate, that fire gate right now readily, like you can see it, it's locked. You can see it's denied, access is denied into that vacant land. Much like the access across Arroyo de Chamizo for the fire station. Although if you're walking, you certainly can cross the Arroyo, but you can't really take the car through there unless you're crazy. So somebody along the line should have said, wait a minute, there's this gate and let's see what the conditions are for removing this. It's hard for me to believe that nobody questioned that. I mean, you can't just go remove a fire access, right?
Yes, go ahead, Monica.
Okay. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, it's my understanding that a condition like this attached to an ordinance as part of a development application is very rare. And it is not a practice that the city practices now. It's a very unusual condition in my experience. And so that might be part of why the condition was not so forthcoming up front. That would be my suggestion, or my I don't know if staff agrees with me or not, but that's my opinion.
Mr. Burke, you have a hand?
Thank you, Mayor, councilors, Councilor Vihil Coppler. I'd also say that it's really important to point out that that condition that was put on there that we're talking about tonight was associated with a development plan for a commercial development. But that condition stays with the zoning. The development plan has expired. That commercial development doesn't exist anymore. They'd have to come reapply. So now we have a condition that's associated with a zoning that needs to be removed in order for residential development to move forward. And that's kind of, I think, what we're looking at here is, you know, whether the gate was put there to satisfy that condition, I don't know that if that gate was associated that's out there right now, but anybody could come in and get a gate permit for their property and we would probably issue it if it wasn't blocking an access easement or something along those lines. So I think just it might have got skewed along the way. You know, why is there this condition? And this condition was really associated, to the best of our knowledge, with a commercial development that never came, and that just stayed there with that condition with the zoning. So I just wanted to kind of point that out a little bit.
Okay, but much like the easement and access by the hotel, people get accustomed to using certain things, and the neighborhood became accustomed to that access point being a non-working access for anything. But I guess to simplify this, and I know it's oversimplified, and I want to just make sure I understand. I recognize that tax credits could be lost, and I understand that program. So a simplified thing would be, you know, if we don't remove the conditions of this ordinance, and the entrance could be improved upon for the Cerrillos Road access and all those parking spaces and such, because that is, I heard tonight, that is part of this property. It's just been allowed to be used for, you know, for something that's not really, I guess, I wouldn't think it would be legal right now, but is that what's required is that what a variance would be required for, to use that Cerrillos Road entrance?
Mayor.
Speak to that, please.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to answer that one.
Or Sally or Eli, one of you speak to it.
I'm happy to start.
Take it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors, Councilor Vihil Coppler. My understanding is that the area of egress and ingress through the hotel parking lot is actually on the hotel's parcel. However, there's an access easement that is held by the parcel where they're looking to build this new multifamily. So there is shown on the plat an easement in favor of this, the applicant, but it is actually the hotel's property. So it's an easement, it's narrow. And the other thing that I think is important to note is that because this, the street design standards for this can't be met without removing buildings, they would need a variance in order to use that as a regular access point, because it doesn't meet our street design standards set forth in our infrastructure requirements. So that's why there would need to be a variance. In order to use that, they would have to have an ongoing easement agreement, and they would have to have the ability to meet either meet the code requirements, which I don't think they can, because they would need a 42-foot right of way, or they would need to have a variance allowing them to have like a narrower way. That's my understanding, and I would certainly ask Mr. Esquivel, Director Isaacson, to clarify if I got any of that wrong.
On that point though, Mayor,
yeah,
in order to have a variance, you would have to have the permission of the Days Inn, wouldn't you? That they would be amenable to you even seeking a variance to use their property in that way. So there's a step that comes before the variance procedure. You would have to go and get the permission of Days Inn, which I can't imagine that they want to give up their parking places.
Well, then before you answer, I'd like to ask then, coupled with that, I thought I heard someone say that, well, and if you look at the diagram of the flag pole thing, the pole part appears to be, is that the easement, the pole part? No? Okay. Well, what I thought I heard earlier was that that property is a right-of-way or an easement, and it's not, that it wasn't the hotel property.
Let's clarify that, because I think that needs to be made straight. The land that on which there is those parking spaces and where the easement exists belongs to whom?
Days Inn.
I beg your pardon?
The Days Inn.
That property belongs to the Days Inn. We do not own that property.
Okay, but you do have an easement for that strip of land out toward that connects to Cerrillos.
That is correct. The plats show that there is an existing access and utility easement through the Days Inn parking lot. But one of the issues that, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't want to.
But it is not the land, you don't own that land, to Councilor Vihil-Coppler's point.
We do not own that land, and she is right. It would, or one of the counselors was correct, that would present complications to use that right of way for many reasons, but one for sure is they may not be a party to any variance application.
Thank you.
I can't imagine, you're correct. I can't imagine they would want to be a party to that. We've had many conversations with them, and they would work with us on an emergency only, but other than that, we have some legal challenges. We'd have some legal challenges.
Thank you. Back to you, Councilor Vihil-Coppler.
So essentially, you're landlocked. The way you are now, you are landlocked.
No.
And did anyone know that when they bought this property? I guess not, because that ordinance came out of nowhere.
I guess there's an answer from the architect about being landlocked. Is that a correct description?
That is not correct. We have the arm that goes out at Calle Resolana. It's 38 feet wide. It is our property. It connects with a public street. We are not landlocked.
Is that where the fire gate is?
There's no fire gate too. I think there's a misconception. Right now, there's a wooden gate that is trying to keep homeless people from camping back there. That is not a fire gate. That is just a property perimeter gate that's there right now. That has nothing to do with fire. So that's just to try to keep transient people from living back there. You can see by the walls there are people that have lived back there in the past. So number one, that's just a wooden gate. Number two, we have access from Calle Resolana, the street, public right of way, directly onto our property, and that's how we purchased the land.
And that is where.
I'm happy to share. I'm sorry, Councilor.
That is where you've shown on the diagrams the ingress and egress that you've developed where there's trees around it. That's the diagram where that wooden gate is now?
Yes, you are correct. Absolutely correct, Councilor. That is our property.
Well, then I don't understand the need to change the fire gate where it is now, why this ordinance is important.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Dan.
Councilors, Councilor Coppler, there's a sequence of events that have occurred here. The ordinance that was found by me. We are required to research the property so that we don't come up with surprises during public hearing meetings. So we try our very best to go through the records in order to ensure that there are no conditions associated with ordinances such as this that may complicate the review at a public hearing. When we found that ordinance and the conditions were listed, we immediately understood that most, if not all of the conditions, with the exception of one, were associated to specific parts of a development plan that actually expired because of the expiration rules within Chapter 14. The part that did not expire was the access direct access onto Kyla Resolana from this property, from that little flag portion that connects to Kyla Resolana. That did not expire because it wasn't explicitly attached to any component of the development plan the way it was written in the ordinance. So as they moved forward, they proposed a separate access, which is directly south of that original access, which is the reason for the change, because that it's still a part of the property. The ordinance still controls, that condition still controls their access, that property's access onto Kyla Resolana. They do have access from the easement through the hotel, from the easement documents that they provided. So this property is not landlocked. They have at least one source to get in on it. It's complicated for them based on their development needs. I don't know if I've answered everything, but they're not landlocked.
So then maybe what I hear you saying is maybe the need to remove this fire access gate with this ordinance is more problematic when they develop, to have maybe something in the way of that. Is that the design? Is it a design thing? Why that to be removed?
I'm sorry, Mayor, councilors, Councilor Koppler. My understanding from some of the discussions that I had with the fire department was that the emergency secondary access is more of an option on the development side. They don't need it because their full access can utilize the access that comes off of Kyla Resolana. They had problems originally for that access. That's why they had to move it. So when the analysis came back, once they moved that driveway, it no longer met the same issues that created that condition when the original ordinance was put in place. So now they have different circumstances. They now meet siting requirements. They now are in compliance with the traffic requirements that our city traffic department looks for. So now the question is how can we remove that condition that really no longer applies to the current situation as it did to the previous situation? While we are asking for, or they are asking for, an emergency access north of the property, which goes through the hotel, it's not a required access that they have to have. So rather than leave it open, they chose to block it and utilize it for an emergency access, so that the fire department had two ways of accessing the property, or emergency access for emergency vehicles had two methods of accessing the property than just one. And that is how the gate, the Opticon gate, from my standpoint and from my review and everything that came to my desk, was discussed. That is the picture that I have and what I reviewed.
Is this development going to be gated, a gated property overall?
I have not seen that on the development plan. You have to ask the applicant if they're gonna.
It's not our intent to gate it.
Okay, so then, like any other multifamily residential development, a fire truck just goes in, does their business, and comes out. So I don't know what's the deal here with creating another Opticon gate and all that. What is, why?
Maybe, let me try to get an answer perhaps from the assistant city attorney. Purely from a legal point of view, what problem are we trying to solve with this amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors, Councilor Vihel Koppler. The problem that we're trying to solve with this amendment is that the access easement through the hotel is inadequate to meet our code standards for road design. And the other access that the property owners have to get in and out of the property has a condition tied to this prior zoning ordinance. arguably it would have been better to attach it to the development plan, because I think it came up at a time when there was a very specific proposal about how it was going to be oriented, what type of project would be going in there. But it was attached to the zoning ordinance, which runs with the land. So although we no longer have the proposal that was here before, and we no longer have the access in exactly the same spot, it's been moved. They've obtained this additional land so that they can put it in a much more advantageous position and meet all of the requirements for a safe entry and exit according to the traffic division. So the problem that we're trying to solve is to allow them to have an access point onto this property that meets the requirements of the code.
I think Eli has his hand up to supplement that answer.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler. I think another thing is important to realize is it's my understanding that part of the reason this restriction was put on the Calle La Resolana connection as being emergency access only was because at the time, the way it addressed Calle La Resolana, it was not able to be in a configuration that met the AASHTO standards. And now the applicant has, through a process, acquired the property directly to the south of that access, and so has now been able to reconfigure and realign that point to where it can be done in a way that is safe and allows entry from both the north and the south. And so I think with that additional property and this new configuration, I think that's another reason why this prior restriction is no longer really valid for this project, because now we are able to access the site through Calle La Resolana in a way that ensures safety and proper visibility. So I think not only is the development plan that this restriction was tied to no longer in place and no longer being contemplated, but also some of the physical factors that led to that restriction are no longer applicable either, because we've now, NAPCA has now purchased the additional property to the south and reconfigured that intersection. So I think that's another piece that's important to consider while we're looking at this, and why it would be appropriate to remove the restriction now where it may not have been appropriate to remove the restriction previously. So I just wanted to throw that in there for additional consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we remove the restriction of this gate and we redesign the egress and ingress off Calle Resolana by purchasing that property, or the developer, and kind of mitigate the current issue, and put the speed bumps in, which the Planning Commission required, then that solves a lot of issues for everyone.
Correct.
I think that's a very fair summary of where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, and then I'm going to see if we're, unless I lost track of things, which I may have, I have yet to actually close the public hearing. So perhaps Councilor Cassett Sanchez will be the last person to ask questions. We'll close the public hearing and then no longer be going into Q&A and actually discuss it as a council members, or move to a motion. But Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I just have one question actually that I am recalling from when I was reading the packet about some of the community engagement processes, and that there had been, I was just hoping to hear a little bit more. I know that there had been an ENN, and then there had been some attempts to communicate with the community that didn't sound like it went well, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about what happened there.
Okay. Ed, do you want to address that? You sort of spoke to it earlier. You were very candid about it, I thought.
Yeah, we had our first ENN and it didn't go off well. And then after that, we started with a new ENN and Dan took over. There was a previous staff member that handled the first one. We had some discussions. We made some concessions. We felt like we made a lot of concessions, although they don't appear right now, because what we're seeing is an end product. In that we didn't go up 3 stories, we didn't stack flats, we didn't do a lot of other things. We're building a wall around the whole entire property. So then we started our second one, and the thought was, and we offered mediation in that process as well, and it was denied. we offered, and we're still willing, and it's part of the requirement to do traffic calming. We want to see that street go down to 5 miles an hour, and nobody wants to use that street because that's the best thing for our particular residents as well. So I think we are more in alignment once we get over this process. If this ordinance passes, I believe that the neighborhood and the housing authority will work closely to make this a great site. But it's sometimes you're so busy taking counter sides to a project that it makes it hard to see people in the middle.
Dan, you have your hand up to add to that.
Yes, Mayor, councilors, Councilor Sanchez. I have mediated some cases when they get controversial. In this case, I did ask the neighborhood if they wish to speak with the applicant and sit down and talk about the development and certain issues that they were having with the development. They sat down with me for a couple hours. We went over some questions, code-wise, process-wise. They asked a bunch of questions regarding that process. But when that meeting was over and I returned back to the chair that they had appointed, I asked them, do you want to sit down with the applicant and start discussing some of these issues? They told me no. They just wanted a copy of the application and they will discuss it with the Planning Commission. So I was turned down for any kind of negotiations with the applicant on this case. I did ask the applicant was willing. The applicant did provide me, prior to their submittal for the initial case, they did provide me a set of plans, albeit they didn't include the terrain management requirements because they were still working on that with the engineer. They did provide me everything that I asked for reluctantly, and I did present those plans to the neighborhood prior to the submittal. And that's what was discussed at the meeting so that everybody would be able to go over what was being presented, what was being submitted. But even in the end, the neighborhood did not want to meet with the applicant.
Counselor, all right. Did you want to add something to that, Monica? I think you're muted.
If I may, Mayor and City Councilors, because we weren't able, or we didn't cover much of the details behind the development plan approval, which may have helped the City Councilors understand a little bit more about what some of the negotiations that we've had with the neighborhoods. I'm happy to go over with a couple of things. And it was my opinion that the neighbors have experienced a lot of impacts as a result of uses in recent years in the area. And I did get the impression that the neighborhood was feeling a little overwhelmed with some of the experiences that we're having in the neighborhood. A lot of the concerns that they had, other than the traffic, in my opinion, were out of our control, out of the housing authority's control. But since we were the applicant, we were kind of faced with hearing all the frustrations that the neighborhood has had with other uses in the area. They were specifically concerned with our tenants and how we deal with unlawful tenants. And we responded by using our lease. We use the very strict lease to enforce our unlawful occupancies. And then the traffic. This neighborhood has experienced a lot, and I did feel that from them. And I think we are just a target, or it happened to be in the applicant at the time that they were feeling most frustrated.
Thank you.
We did do a lot of work with them, though.
Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. If obviously we still have deliberations and voting, but if we do move forward, I'm happy to hear that there is still sounds like a strong willingness on behalf of the applicant to be working with the community And I definitely understand that the challenges that this community is feeling. So thank you for that. And I know this is absolutely a process, and I absolutely see the places that we, the city, have, you know, as you mentioned, there are some things that are out of your control, and that's where we step in. So that was all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If there are no more questions at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing part and move to deliberations or a motion. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to approve the amendment to ordinance number 1988-23 for the case number 2020-1994 and adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law set forth in Exhibit C of the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. I think it's permitted. We have 15 minutes before we run out of time, but I think if there are comments at this time or closing thoughts before we take a vote, I think that's appropriate. If anyone wants to raise a hand at this time. Councilor Garcia's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think with the evidence presented to us, you know, there is great concern in regards to where the proposed access to the property lies is at an intersection or at a stretch of road that can provide to very dangerous situations. It's proven to be a dangerous stretch of road in the past. As I mentioned earlier, we need housing in Santa Fe. But do we need housing that will result in injury or possibly even death? I think we really need to consider, and I urge the counselors to, and I couldn't find it in our packet, but remember the map that they showed us that showed the stretch of road. It's an S. It's not a straight stretch of road where they would be accessing. The road curves, and you're going to have people coming in and out of a curve. And not only that, you're going to have people accessing property that historically that access to property was never there. So I think it's an unfortunate situation where there was alternative access to the property. It was explained that there was 25 feet, there was enough room to make appropriate entrance in and out of the property should it be utilized for Cerrillos Road. There was appropriate space to utilize Cerrillos Road for a ride in, ride out, ride in onto Cerrillos Road, ride out on Resolana. I understand the predicament we have been put in, unfortunately, because by potentially voting no, we lose the opportunity to have 45 additional housing units here in Santa Fe, which we all know housing is needed. But I fall back to, was there other options? And the answer to that was yes. This is not the only option to access into this property. And I understand the situation where this came up at the 11th hour, but we have to take into consideration the information presented in front of us in regards to the historical stretch of road that has had accidents in the past. And I think it's going to happen more, unfortunately, with added traffic. And there was other options to access this property in and out. And it was demonstrated, whether it was by the previous landowner who was going to use access into Cerrillos Road for the storage space. And it still could be utilized. I think we really need to determine, are we willing to risk the community for houses? And that's the tough decision we're in right now. And I do not want to have that on my conscience, that I am willing to put people's lives in jeopardy for a house. And that's a challenging situation because I know we need housing and we direly need it, but we don't need our community members to be injured either, or even result in death. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? If there are no further comments, I'm sorry, did I miss something? I think if we're not, if there are no further comments, could the city clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilor Garcia,
No.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yeah, I too have some safety concerns about the proposed entrance and not only from a daily use, but also from a public safety use. So I'm gonna vote no.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihil Coppler,
No.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beita,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. I think that was a very thorough consideration. I do think there are concerns about neighborhood safety. I think the issue of speed bumps and John Romero's review of that and the applicant's willingness to assist with that project is really significant and important and needs to be treated with great care and great certainty. And I think we'll look forward to ongoing conversations with the neighborhood about other mitigating factors that can respond to some of the other issues that are not directly related to this particular project, but may be ongoing concerns that we ought to be trying to work with to make them feel more appreciated and more respected and more worked with by all parts of the city, not just when it comes to a particular project. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. If there's no further business, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.